Welcome to the WAN Show. You know, we've had a concept for a while. WAN Show after hours, where things get unhinged, things get crazy.
We're just going to start there.
We're going to start there today because we have had a week. Each of us has had a day. Our poor, wonderful guests today have had some time and have definitely had a day. We will get to that in a moment, but before we do, I'm so sorry you guys were waiting for 2 hours for the show to start. We've got a lot of great topics to discuss with you guys today. First and foremost being that we do actually have some additional updates on the hackening. Also, Amazon has shuttered DP reviews, and that's it. Those are our special guests. Oh my God, I didn't check how to pronounce your name, so I'm going to say Chris Nichols and Jordan Drake, and I'm going to hope that that's right.
Nice. Got him.
What else we got, Luke?
Nothing. We're going to talk about nothing after that. No, the Swiss Department of Defense cites the WAN Show in an argument, which is so sick. That's actually amazing. And Linus and I are going to fight.
Oh, sorry, what?
Actually, no, sorry. That topic was already announced by Linus, but we'll discuss that later. Head of Intel Arc leaves to form an AI startup because, of course he did.
I have to confess, in the chaos of this week and today, I have not even glanced at the dog. Let's do this thing. Okay. The show is brought to you today by Goliath Technologies, The Ridge, and Squarespace. Okay. You know what?
What are we doing first?
I would lead with the updates on the hackening and just the discussion.
I agree with this decision. Yeah.
But our poor guests have waited so long to talk about a site that they no longer even get to work for. I want to have lots of energy as I introduce Chris and Jordan, but I'm actually really sad. Can I do like a quick read of our WAN Show writers' sort of bullet points here? No, you can. They can. Leave them up. But then I want to kind of get into it with you guys, like what is going on with you? What is going on with everyone else? But first, okay, this week it was revealed that one of the casualties of Amazon's layoffs was the highly respected, and sure, we're editorializing a little bit here. We're saying highly respected, this colorful language, but that's how I feel. Okay, highly respected digital photography review. DPReview, which I thought was a very different site the first time I heard of it. They're the world's most popular source for camera reviews, and they will be shutting down after 25 years in operation. Users who have uploaded photos to the site will have until April 6th to download them, and after April 10th, the site will cease to update. Amazon gave no reason publicly for the DPReview's closure. We reached out to DPReview's editor-in-chief, Joran Schneider, and there doesn't appear to be any official plan to archive the site for preservation, which is deeply saddening. There's an unofficial effort by archive team to scrape the entire site and make it available via the Internet Archive. I have a quote here from Joran Schneider. I'm extremely sleep deprived. I apologize for everything I'm about to do today.
We've been through it, yeah.
Anyway, this is a quote. Losing DPReview marks a particularly dark day for photography enthusiasts. Man, okay, I'm going to jump in here. I'm sorry, Jordan. You're doing a great job of talking about how sad this is, but it's even sadder. This is a dark day for journalism. Like, this sucks. Okay, sorry, I'm going back to his thing. DPReview was among the first organizations to go to a fully online format, and they created some of the most comprehensive technical reviews and deep dives that have ever been made on the subject of digital photography. It's one thing to lose the team and no longer have that level of quality on new cameras and equipment. It's another entirely, arguably worse situation to hear that the historical information on the site will just disappear. DPReview isn't just a publication. It's so old and comprehensive, it's basically a digital library. Libraries should never close. Yeah, this sucks. It is unclear at this time what will happen to the site's associated YouTube channel, though its longtime hosts, Chris and Jordan, you can see here, have been picked up by PetaPixel, an independent media organization that specializes in photography. So with all of that said, I want you guys to just kind of walk me through, first of all, why the does Amazon own DPReview at all?
Yeah,
I didn't know
was very
that.
Surprising. Yeah.
Yeah, so first off, before we get started, I know everybody's tired. Darren Schneider is actually the editor for PetaPixel, just to clarify.
Oh, for crying out loud.
He's not a DPReview employee.
Yeah, just so you know. But yeah, it's the fact is it affects everybody, and it is a really big loss for the photographic community. Amazon bought them. I don't know, like, why did they buy them?
I mean, in 2007, it was a long time ago. Digital photography, that was still when everyone was buying a digital camera at that point. And yeah, I think it was just a very different mindset. You know, now at this point in time, I don't think they would think, oh, we would like an editorially independent review channel that we own.
Amazon bought DPReview way back in 2007?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there's like a lot of thought like, oh, they were going to start to try to, you know, advertise Amazon products, push, you know, cameras through the Amazon market. But honestly, that didn't really happen. And actually for the better, because it really let DPReview be this credible source of unbiased editorial information.
Yeah, because to their credit, I had no idea. I never. So did they just buy this thing, completely forget they even owned it at all?
And then I feel like almost in the recent like tech layoffs, I feel like you guys almost got caught up in that, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know exactly. Like, they're not giving us a reason, but
Wait.
it makes perfect sense.
Wait,
you know?
they're not.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Hold on. So they're not only not providing the public with any reason for this, they're not providing any of the team any reason for why this is happening?
Well, to be fair, so Jordan and I are kind of unique, right? Like we're always in Calgary, Canada. We're contractors, so we don't actually like have an employee status with Amazon. So
How convenient
as
for them.
contractors, you know, yeah, it's kind of nice because we get to have that separation from it. But also it means that when it comes to all the nitty gritty and the details, honestly, we don't really know.
Wow.
And there's no severance. That's another factor.
Yeah, no severance. Yes, exactly. No severance.
They didn't give you anything.
I don't know. A lot of good wishes
office
from
supplies.
us.
Maybe, you know, it was nice.
Nice.
And, you know, I mean, the best part.
I heard in the chaos of all the layoffs at Twitter in particular, but even some other companies like Google, where people are getting
have all their
emails that
laptops and stuff.
their jobs are redundant. They're sitting here going, well, I've got all this equipment. If you want it back, I guess you're the one who's coming to get it. By the way, I've been working from home for the last year and a half. So I guess you're coming to Boondocks Mountain Road, Oregon or whatever to come get it. So have you guys just been left with like a bunch of equipment and stuff how does that even work? Like, did you have notice?
So we did have a bit of a heads up, certainly more than some people, but less than others within the company. So we did know this is coming, which is, why we were able to find another place to bring our show relatively quickly.
It was funny. There's always this running joke of like, when is Amazon going to remember that they own us and then do something about it? Whatever it is, right? Like we expected at any moment there'd be restructuring or like, oh, this has changed or whatever. But it was great. And I think Jordan and I both agree. We have to say we've been there 5 years, which is a significant part of our career. Absolutely. But there are people who have worked at that company for far, far longer. And so, some not at the beginning, but really at the early stages of DPReview. And so we really feel for those people. Like they've poured their entire heart and soul into this website. So yeah, we were in Seattle. We got to talk to the team. It was really nice, and kind of say hi to everybody, say goodbye to everybody. It was really quite emotional. And so, we're lucky. We're moving to PetaPixel. We land on our feet. We've got good connections that way, so we're good. We're happy. But we definitely hope that the other staff there, the writers and the staff that have been there forever, can find good positions to move forward in their careers.
Yeah,
I feel like
one of our biggest concerns is just. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
There's such an amazing repository of information, like
Yeah.
Jaron said in his quote there.
Yeah.
That needs to be preserved, and I'm certainly it's going to wind up in the internet database, but all of the useful tools, like camera comparison tools, things like that, those are all going to be broken, and none of it's going to be searchable. So yeah, I hope someone is able to find some way to make that, recover it and keep it public.
I gotta say, like, the feedback that we've been getting has been so good. Like, people have been really supportive, really wonderful. But at the same time, there's lots of feedback where people are justifiably upset. And I totally feel for them, because this is a website that so many YouTubers, so many, amateur photographers, videographers, everybody to some extent or another has used this resource or uses it daily. And so I really understand that that's like, yeah, it's like something that's part of you that's going to have been torn out. It's really,
yeah.
it's quite
And
devastating.
you know what is I honestly the most frustrating thing for me, because the first I heard of this wasn't in a news article or anything like that. It was members of our community reaching out to me, kind of going, oh my God, have you seen this? And is there anything you can do? Like, can you buy it or something? And I'm sitting here going, okay, well, there's some problems with that. I suspect the model is a little bit unsustainable at this point. I can, from a business standpoint, understand why Amazon might want to cut it loose. But then even on the flip side of that, this is such an insignificant asset to a company like Amazon, operating at a scale like Amazon, that what I suspect is that even if I could get Uncle Jeffy on the phone and say, hey, can you put in a word for me to the CEO of the vice president of the general manager of the, director of the janitor that is in charge of DPReview, right? Like, if you could put in a word for me, could I buy this thing? I feel like they basically just go, honestly, it's the pocket change that we'd get from selling it is not even worth it. So while these preservation efforts, like you said, are so important and I'm so grateful for them, there is actually no way to stop the loss that you're talking about, where it's not searchable anymore, where the tools don't work anymore. And as someone who, I have to confess, never contributed probably in a meaningful way to DPReview. I mean, I didn't donate or, I probably never even used an affiliate link. I feel bad about it now, because the handful of times I did interact with the site, it was it was a lifesaver, because there was nothing else like it. So I want us all to take a moment, if you guys are able. And Luke, I don't know, did you use DPReview at all?
No.
Okay, so how about the three of us?
Historically, just talk to Brandon.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So can we all share our first time using DPReview? Do you guys remember?
For sure.
Okay, do you guys want to go first? Because I got mine teed up, but...
Yeah, I mean, I was really interested in video, but then was unemployed and got a job at a photo camera store. And I was grossly ill-equipped for that. I didn't know anything about it. So every night I just got home and pored over DPReview.com. And that is how I basically developed my entire knowledge of everything digital photography. And I mean, now I've been running a photography YouTube show for more than a dozen years. I mean,
so you could say it's life-changing.
My life.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If DPReview didn't exist, I would walk into my job the next day. They'd realize I didn't know a damn thing, and I'd be back out on the street. So and it is a resource that I use, dozens of times every single day.
I just want to point out before I start my story, we had our adorable little lights to mimic you guys, but much like DPReview, they've gone out.
Too soon.
But
Too soon.
I'm sorry.
Why you do that?
Worked hard on that metaphor.
But yeah, I started working at the camera store as well. Well, actually, Jordan was working for a different outfit. I was working for the camera store in Calgary, where we built our first YouTube channel. And unlike Jordan, I didn't research on DPReview before helping customers. I would help customers realize I didn't know anything about the camera I was trying to sell them. And then I would go that night and I would go on DPReview but that was the resource. I mean, there's so many small little digital point and shoot cameras. I was right at the cusp of where the camera store had a tiny glass showcase with digital cameras, and we had to learn them. And they were like $900, which back then was like 10 million, right?
Yeah.
So it was really important to learn brand new technology. Every photographer is like, I'm not touching that garbage. That's a toy. That's not right. Medium format all the way till I die.
Oh, that's such a good point. Like the fact that DPReview
was the resource.
has they were the ones who effectively like made digital photography understandable to people who wouldn't have accepted it, like trailblazing, right? Like I'm thinking about this going, this site has been around for 25 years. I was 11 when DPReview was founded, right? So my story, sorry, am I interrupting or was...
No, go for it.
Yeah. So my story is that before I got into computers, one of the things that made me so jelly, aside from his CD burner, okay, was one of my friends in high school's dad had a digital camera. And the only reason that I cared about a digital camera at all at that point in my life was that I did not have any way. There was no digital means of taking a real world object and representing it on my computer in my household. And so when I was on MSN Messenger, okay, or The Palace, which was this like weird predecessor to Habbo Hotel.
Yeah.
I had no way of having a representation of myself on my computer because I didn't own a digital camera. And so my first digital camera was this weird, I can't even remember what it was called. I want to say like Flip, or it was like a weird predecessor to the Flip. It was like a little like action camera that managed...
Was it like a rectangle?
It was a little vertical thing.
Yeah.
But it was pre-Flip. I think Flip was like a better one that came later or something. I don't even remember the brand, but my aunt got it for me for Christmas, and she was super impressed with herself. And I took one picture with it, and I was like, you really need to return this because I might as well have nothing. I was a lot nicer about it. But
oh man!
But what that crappy device that really the quality was like what VTech might have put out like 10 years ago. Like really, it was awful. But what that crappy device did was it sparked a curiosity. And what I ended up doing was when I was I was in grade 10, I think. So I was only 15. Was it made me want to learn about it. And I ultimately ended up with a Canon PowerShot A20. And the reason I settled on it was because...
Double A's.
Yeah,
well, hey, those double A's.
Do you work for a digital photography review channel? How did you know that off the top of your head?
So I got a pack of, you didn't have like good double A's back then. It was all nickel cadmium, right?
Yeah.
So no nickel metal hydride yet. But
no Eneloops. But
you could get rechargeables. So I got myself a pack of 4 rechargeables and a 2 battery charger. You couldn't get, a 12 bay charger for, $30 on Amazon yet at that point. But man, remember that weird brand that the battery was like kind of like tan colored and it was like really muscular? Do you guys remember that?
I know that logo. I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was called, but I had one of those.
Muscular double A's.
And I ended, they were awful. And I ended up with this Canon PowerShot A20 because DPReview determined that it was pretty okay. And it was kind of the entry level. So it was 2.1 megapixels. It was the entry level of what could be acceptable at all, but without, completely breaking the bank. And that was all I could afford at the time. And that camera, like, man, I still look at pictures I took on that camera and I never open a photo album. So changed my life in that way too. And I wouldn't have known what to buy as just an ignorant 15-year-old if it hadn't been for DPReview. They were so far ahead, even back then, of the competition in terms of thoroughness, in terms of professionalism.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
you had a lot of people back then, like they would rank digital cameras. Like, I don't want to throw Consumer Reports under the bus or anything, but let's do it. And they would just do like 4 out of 5 stars or 3 out of 5 stars, right?
What does that
and they
mean?
would say like, oh, fits good in hand, images go on to computer, right?
Yeah, or CNET or whatever, right? Not that I want to throw anybody under the bus.
Makes color pictures. And then DPReview, they would actually like test these things out, and they would show you sample photos, and they would talk about the pros and cons. I mean, how many of us, except Luke, because Luke's never been on the website, bad Luke, but all the rest of us, like, you go to the reviews and you could even just go to the conclusion at the end, and you could get a full breakdown. And I bet you there's a lot of YouTubers, our peers, that would all admit, I mean, and us included, DPReview was also how we would fact check our work and make sure that we weren't just talking out of our asses. It was really wonderful.
That's actually such a good point. These unsung heroes doing the real work that allowed, ignorant schmucks like us to become the face of the space, right? Like, I owe my entire career to sites like AnonTech, forums like ExtremeSystems. I didn't found these places. I didn't know anything. I was just hungry for knowledge, right? And now we're seeing all of these places either disappear or become a shell of what they once were. Now, one of the other discussion topics that I wanted to get into with you guys is, this might be a fun one. What the heck was Amazon's plan for DP reviews? Because did they even have the affiliate program yet in 2007? Like, no. Internally, did you guys have any idea what was in it for them?
2007, they were still growing their like the different brands and categories that they covered. And like, when did they stop just selling books?
Well, yeah, like, when did Amazon even start?
Yeah. I feel like it's actually like very, very old. Like, actually, the beginning of Amazon is quite old. But I think once they started trying to get out of books was
1994. Yeah,
that's when they founded. When did they?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So in
we can only guess, right? I mean, again, we think it was probably at a time where they're trying to acquire the biggest resources in many different fields and just try to get their fingers in as many pots as possible. And
I mean, because so many people went to DPReview, like, I think in some ways it made sense, is like, people who are educated, like you were saying, Linus, if you can feel confident in a decision because you have information, you buy more stuff. So I do think there was an era there where they were like, oh, we want to get out as much consumer information as possible. I can't speak to why they bought it. I was a child.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because clearly, and it's a funny thing, because until very recently, it's been Jeff Bezos at the helm of Amazon since its inception. Yeah. Clearly, he has undergone some kind of fundamental change, because I could absolutely see that being a motivation at the time. And looking at some of the earlier Amazon features that were developed around helping guide people to the best solution, right? Clearly, that is not a priority anymore. And like, you look at what a cluster it is, what an awful experience it is trying to find the right product on Amazon. I mean, we did a video recently on the prevalence of scam products on Amazon now that it's a marketplace full of shady sellers. And while they say they spend a lot of money fighting these kinds of tactics, clearly it's not working. And the solution is to stop doing what you're doing, but they just keep doing it, right? Now, this is interesting.
I assume...
you guys didn't...
I assume Jeff was just like, get me one of everything. Go.
Yeah,
one of the best of everything.
I just looked up like a history of Amazon, and it's long and stuff, and I closed it because it's too long. But in that period, they were doing a lot of expansionary stuff and very...
Amazon Fresh.
Trying out
Amazon Music.
Yeah.
They acquired Audible the year prior in 2006.
Yeah.
Right.
This is an interesting one. This is another thing maybe I'm just totally ignorant. I just don't think about these things. I had no idea they owned IMDb. They bought IMDb in 1998.
Whoa.
So again, but
Yeah.
back to what you were saying, I could see that being about making sure that people have access to information about quality content, right? Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you're a store that sells all the things, getting people excited about buying new things is beneficial.
Yeah, I guess so.
Absolutely. And then you want to have the best of those particular things.
Yeah.
Or what
Yeah.
has the most traffic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my last sort of question that I wanted to talk through with you guys. Who is going to take on this role?
I don't know who's equipped at this point. Like, there are certainly people who could have the potential. Like, we're going to continue testing cameras at PetaPixel, but to have that history, I mean, they might very well do testing that's great right now, but I mean, a lot of photographers are using 8-year-old gear. How are you going to be able to compare that thing that you're looking to buy now to what you currently own?
It's
You're
a
not
big
going to be
problem.
able to do that.
Yeah.
And that's why this is such an important historical
Yeah.
thing, and no one else has this information nearly as comprehensive.
Have you talked to?
s-
Sorry, keep going.
No, go ahead.
Have you talked to people at PetaPixel about how you might address that? Like, are you guys planning on picking up some older gear to try to give some amount of reference point, or?
Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, the great thing about PetaPixel is, first off, we've known the people who run it for almost a decade, right? We've been good friends. It made a lot of sense. It was a great relationship, and they are very professional about their work as well. So we're happy about that. We like working with a company that, you know, is a team for us, and they have the same skills and they have that same kind of work ethic to test cameras and stuff. So we're confident that we have that going forward. But yeah, as far as the older cameras, the older archives, I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
you
I mean,
gotta
we
rely
could-
on this. It's not so good no more.
And certainly we could grab an older camera if it's a
Right.
comparison that makes sense. But I mean, we're never going to come up with every use case out there.
No, and you're
For
not
sure.
going to
That's what's great.
you're not going to methodically go back and retest every camera. Like that's another really it's so sad. This, you know, the library should never close quote is that's so it hits me right in the feels, right? Because this knowledge shouldn't be lost.
Yeah.
But it's gone. It's the thing that makes me saddest about all of this though is that it's emblematic of a widespread problem that we have in media today. And that's that no frills journalism isn't profitable. It's apparently not even worth just letting it continue to run. It's apparently such an unprofitable, awful business that everyone in it wants to get a payday from some sucker who thinks they can turn the ship around, or just dump it all together. That's even worse, that it apparently isn't even worth selling. And it just makes me incredibly sad. Our chat is blowing up saying, what about LTT Labs? LTT Labs is gonna guys, we're barely set up to the point where we can start to really test, you know, CPUs, GPUs, things that are our core competencies, right? Digital photography is not, and there's so much to know. There's so much expertise that we don't have. And yeah, someday, you know, we'd love to go toe to toe with you guys. I'm ready. Let's go. Creative Clash, you know, 2028. I'll fight you.
Canadian throwdown.
Yeah, for sure.
We should have like a Canadian Creator Clash
Have like a beaver slap fight
where
just like hit
you
each
like
other.
wear boxing gloves and then verbally debate because you're like too nice or something.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I used to know DOS, so you just watch yourself. I can make a batch file like nobody's business. So.
But I
Bring it on.
also worry that, okay, I have to confess, people have talked internally before this even went down about whether we're going to get into digital photography.
Yeah.
And my answer was, I'm kind of worried it's too niche. I don't even know if it makes sense for us to go into. Is that a concern that you guys have for the future now that smartphone cameras are so good?
You know, the way I see it, we have been hearing this a lot about like, oh, it's a business model that's doomed and it's going to fail and stuff. And I don't know if I'm really that skeptical about it. Like, we've had so many changes happen. in digital, in photography in general, right? And we had format changes when it was filmed. Then we had the start of digital, and everybody's like, "Oh, this is stupid." And now it's, the predominant thing. And then mirrorless, and everybody's like, "Oh, that's stupid." And now it's the predominant thing. And smartphones and all of those are a gimmick that's not going to take off. And look where we are now. And now getting into AI and stuff. Like, I think when we talk about imaging in general, there's still very much a future there. And I can't speak to DPReview's financial solubility, but I know that it seemed like they were doing very well. We were doing a lot of new projects and stuff, so I don't really think it was that. I think it's more
that's even sadder, maybe.
Well, I think it's more just like adapting to the industry and going forward, and I'm not too worried about it that way. But is it going to be SLRs and stuff? Maybe not as much.
I mean, I think it's gonna go back to how it was before, where everybody had the uncle that was the photographer.
Oh no!
Over that period, everybody got a compact camera, multiple cameras, and stuff like that. Like, there was this huge boom that was totally unsustainable, I think.
But look, we're working for a company now that we're with a company now that has more emphasis on things like computers and smartphones and other tech and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that's a smart way to go. But, at the same time, as you said, Linus, like photography, digital photography, if while you have time, everybody listening, go to the DPReview forums and actually look at also the educational articles. And when you really start getting into the science behind things like dynamic range and low light performance and
color
resolution and stuff, like, it's advanced science. And the people at DPReview are so much more intelligent than Jordan and I are.
It's very intimidating to go meet them. Yes.
Right. Like,
we are dummies.
They're very intelligent, very skilled people with science, oriented backgrounds. And that's what you need. Like, there's so much science behind it. So yeah, learn that stuff, get into it. It's fascinating, but yeah, it's tough that we don't have that resource anymore. The real resource is just going to be the people that enjoy that resource, that are hopefully going to start to maybe branch out, make their own educational websites, maybe transfer or save some of those archives. We're gonna have to see how it goes.
It's interesting
on the
to me.
topic of archiving, I'm going to be selfish for 1 second and mention that we did make over 400 videos for them, and we don't know what's going to happen to those. And I don't know if you guys can empathize in any way with suddenly potentially losing YouTube videos. This might not be.
I don't know if that's something you guys have ever dealt with,
but we would really like to see those stay on the website. So definitely, mention it. Get out there, let people know you want those DP
maybe it'll just be like
episodes to exist.
Maybe digital photography would be this cool, like, bootleg underground, like,
you go meet a guy and you're like, oh man, I got a jump drive with an old DPReview TV
sneaker
episode.
net.
Move to sneaker net.
I've got an article on Linus's favorite, Canon A20.
I got some test chart shots here.
Yeah, and we'll NFT our videos, and we'll just man.
Well, I mean, I don't think I can condone any of the sort of privateering that our guests are talking about today. I personally think it would be a crying shame if Amazon were to lose out on their intellectual property. You know what? I can't even do this.
It's really easy to download YouTube videos.
Yeah, it's really easy. There's like a lot of tools for that, and it would,
like, if you even just want to download our entire DPReview archive, and then you can just, like, people could just play it while they're trying to fall asleep and stuff. Like, I'd be happy if someone's getting use out of it.
Yeah, that's great. All right. Well, hey, I think the last thing for us is to thank you for coming on and give you guys a chance to kind of give one more plug for where we can find more content from you guys. And if you know where any members of the team who you really, respect are going to be landing, if you could kind of give some plugs for that as well. We want to learn, right? And we have one resource going away, so hopefully this can become resource whack-a-mole, and no amount of late-stage capitalism can kill it. So tell us where we can get our fix, our DP fix.
Well, look, I think the first thing I
want DP coming at me from all angles.
And then we'll review it for you. We'll tell you how good it is.
Nice, perfect.
Oh man. I guess the first thing I would say is, if anybody out there, is looking for talented people, definitely get in touch with the staff that are at DPReview.
So you're saying that not everyone has found somewhere to land yet, basically.
Well, I don't know, but get in touch with them. Put it out there, because we've really appreciated a lot of the support that we got just after this announcement. So, give them some love. Otherwise, PetaPixel, come subscribe to the channel. We're going to start releasing new videos in May. So,
Okay.
This is plenty of time to build it up, subscribe so you guys don't miss us. We would really appreciate it. And again, the people that have been saying, we're going to follow you, we're going to stick with you, that's been the greatest feeling. It's indescribable. So we're really appreciative of that.
All right. Well, thank you so much, guys. And thanks for sharing your experience. I hope you got some dinner while you were waiting for us to get the issues sorted out. Good night, everyone.
We did. We're good. Everything's good. We're happy to be here.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
Everyone's happy to be here today, okay?
Yeah.
And on that note, why don't we get into our headline topic for the day, which is the update on the LTT hackening. The source for this topic is, of course,
Us?
Reddit.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, they seemed to know about it before I did. And I want to kind of treat this as a little bit of Q&A. I'm sure, Dan, I haven't checked. I noticed that about a bazillion merch messages have hit you already.
So you know how last week we had 400? Mm-hmm. We've been live for 44 minutes.
Whoa!
I see. And there are 350. Okay, I don't even know what we're launching this week, but whatever it is, you guys are apparently very excited about it. Well, I know that's one of them. The point is, Dan, do we have any merch messages that you could feed me with that are kind of Q&A about what went down?
Oh, you want some softballs? Yeah, here we go. Where was it?
I want softballs to go with my soft.
Did you guys hear that?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
He's probably been typing like a merch message response every 17.3 seconds, so his knuckles were
One
tied
of the
up.
first ones that we got is from Carlos. What came out of this that you most appreciate?
Oh, wow, you did tee up some softball questions. Good work, Dan.
You're very welcome. I'm sure you're exhausted.
I've thought about this a fair bit because I've had a couple people come up to me internally and ask, I know that you didn't do this on purpose, but are you glad it happened? And my response has been, if you told me that I could trade a night's sleep for 5,000 Floatplane subscribers,
More than that.
a banger 4 million view video, a D-brand sponsorship, and probably something else, being trending on Twitter for an entire day. If someone said, would you trade a night's sleep for all of that? I would say yes.
Yeah.
But if they asked me, would you trade a night's sleep in a state of panic? I would say, gee, I really don't know about that.
I had a blast.
See, I know you're in your element.
I loved it. I had a wonderful time.
I didn't even ask him. Okay, so he's up at 4 a.m. or whatever, messaging, like just on the line with me and Yvonne. Okay, what can I do? Can I go to the office and retrieve this device that we need, or check whatever? I didn't even ask him if he was going to be on time for work. I suspect you never even went home.
Oh, no, I didn't. No.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's like,
I was up for, what was it? So it's 41 hours.
Yeah, Luke often talks about missing the early days of Linus Media Group, not in spite of, but because of the state of this constant state of existential crisis that we had. Like, the whole thing could dissolve at any second if we didn't go.
When we were, we'll get to this later. We'll get to more details of this later.
Some of us had children we had to worry about supporting, okay?
And that was great, because then there was more for me to do. At one point in time, we're on the line with a developer from Google and our support contact from Google. Both wonderful, very helpful people. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
We're on the line
A+.
with them, and I'm working with them to restore the status of the various accounts. And James, I don't know if he said it through voice or if he typed it out, but he's like, "You're having a really good time." I was like, "Yeah, this is great. I do this all the time. Let's do this in another week or two."
This my jam.
I am feeling, like I said, I was up for 41 hours. I'm a little older now than when we used to do that a little bit more frequently. Yeah. And, the recovery isn't quite there. I'm feeling a little a little haggard today.
Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I loved it. It's great.
Yeah. And I feel like that's a culture that you kind of cultivate in your team.
Oh, dude, because I asked none of them.
I am so
sick.
I am so upset that I missed Luke's call at 4 a.m. because I would have been here.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh man.
Okay.
It's great.
So I didn't ask anybody. Joe, I knew was on it because I saw him in the Discord chat dealing with stuff, and then I checked like the ticketing system, and I see him just chugging through stuff. He never even checked with me. He just started working at like 3:30 in the morning, and checked in way later in the day and was like, "Yup, haven't slept, doing tickets." I'm just like, sick. No, I never asked him to do it. He's just doing it. AJ's in early. Everybody's like in early. I didn't ask anyone to come in early. Everybody's working late. I didn't ask anyone to work late. They're just like, yeah, there's problems. We're fixing them. I sent a message in our like, here, let me read it out. Because it was actually so,
While he looks that up.
I love this stuff.
Here's the problem, okay? Floatplane, our video platform, for those of you who are not, the few of you who are not watching on Floatplane, because as far as I can tell, everyone's watching on Floatplane right now. Yeah. Floatplane is our in-house video streaming platform that has grown astronomically, like 5,000 new subscribers, more than that in the last 24 hours. We set a stretch target, okay, for the social team. We set a stretch goal. In fact, I don't even think we had told the team yet. But Colton and I were talking about it. Hey, maybe we could set like a stretch goal of 40,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Is that reasonable? Is that something they could? We're at 39,715.
At our current rate, we might pass that before I go to sleep.
Yes. And so anyway, it's been incredible. But the problem with adding that many new users, okay, fresh users who are looking at it now, is that it puts strain on systems that you might not even realize because they're all on the site all at the same time. For example, the chat. We've had an issue that we've known about for a long time, where if the chat rate is too high on Floatplane, it doesn't automatically scroll down to the latest. You have to like manually click it to scroll down all the time. Well, it was never a problem because not that many people were watching. But I actually noticed last night when I did my Welcome to Floatplane stream, because I had noticed we had 5,000 new people, and I figured, geez, these guys all came onto Floatplane to show their love.
Maybe we should say hi.
They came on to be the first to know what's going on. Should they really be finding out in a YouTube video? The answer to that is no. I'm very tired. I'm very hungry, but I'm going to go on Floatplane. I'm going to do a stream. Yeah, hang out with you guys for a little bit. Thank you for showing up. And I noticed that I had to constantly fix the chat to go down to the bottom. I'm like, I've never seen this issue before. And that's just because we have so many more people on the site. So the team has pushed extremely hard.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what were you going to say?
Yeah, so I sent it. Oh, what? It went away. Oh, no. I know where it is. Give me 1 second.
He's got this. His brain is just operating at the same speed as his horrible phone that he hates.
I sent this message. I don't even know when this was because time at this point is an illusion. But I think it was last night, technically. Great job, everyone. Huge effort from everyone involved. Was extremely proud of everyone stepping up to get stuff done and keep us moving forward despite the issues and massive influx of users. Was a great reminder of how this team is very much made of people I enjoy working with. And I love those types of reminders.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, stuff just starts hitting the fan, and when you don't even, like, have to ring the bell, everyone just shows up and is like, I'm on it. That's so cool. It's so sweet. Also, yeah.
AJ and Jaden in the chat here talking about even newer features.
Yeah. Did you even know about that?
You said something about low latency streaming on Floatplane, but I didn't know we were rolling it out.
So,
are we just pushing things to prod now? Like, is that how we manage Floatplane now?
Some of the
so what? We make you CTO of Linus Media Group. You get all busy with password migrations.
Let's push the prod on Fridays,
and everything just completely goes to hell in a handbasket over on the Floatplane side. Are you saying you can't do 2 jobs at once and host the most popular tech podcast in the world? Are you saying I ask too much? Or do I ask too little? Because you seem to be having the time of your life.
That's great. One of my family members reached out with like concern because they saw everything going on, and they're like, "Are you doing okay?" And I'm like, "This is awesome." Trust me, I'm good. I was commenting to someone because they're like, "How haven't you fallen asleep yet?" At like hour 35 or something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "I'm good actually. Just if I stop working, I'm done. But like as long as there's something to do, I'm just gonna keep cruising." Yeah, it was good. It was good. I do have a bone to pick with you.
Oh,
We have to fight.
Okay.
But I think we should. Do we
Okay.
want to recap people on like what happened, or do we just assume they know because the internet was real on top of this?
yeah, I couldn't believe how viral this went. I mean, shout out our forum moderators, right?
Yeah, and Discord.
I
and-
have
yeah.
never when I dropped in on the thread about this, I assumed that people were discussing the hack in some like ancient thread and off topic that's just been around
'cause it
for
was so
years.
deep. Yeah.
Because it already had like 70 pages or something
Well,
like that.
The second it happened, everything else we had just got slammed. Like tons of people hit the store, tons of people hit the forum, tons of people hit Floatplane. People were just like, "How's everything else doing?" And they wanted to talk about it and stuff, which I mean, that's great.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
But I just the fact that everyone, again, like the forum moderators are another example of a team that went into disaster response
Just
mode
immediately.
without me even acknowledging that they are working so hard as volunteers in the community. Like, just thank you very much, everyone. I forget where, like you, my issue right now
The brain's a little fried.
is that I actually can talk myself past my
Yes.
my RAM buffer in my brain
Yeah.
and no longer have any idea how I started even the sentence that I am now trying to complete.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I was talking about anymore.
Yeah, we're both not as great at recovering from lack of sleep as we used to. Because I actually bet you this would not have been a problem back in the day, and I can't help you because I'm in the exact same situation.
Cool.
The other thing that I can't do right now is multitask like at all. I've noticed if I start working, I can't hear.
Right. We're supposed to be doing the series of events.
Okay.
So
got there.
So it happened. The internet exploded. I can give you guys a little bit more detail. In the video, I wanted to keep everything actionable. Here's what's actionable for our team because I know every person in this building watched that video. There's no way they didn't. And here's what's actionable for Google because I know that video is making the rounds at Google. So I wanted to really focus on what we can do differently, what they can do differently. How do we solve this problem? And it's a huge problem. I actually had the creator of, here, let me just find my Discord here. I had the creator of, where's this damn message? Crap.
Same problems.
How do you just find...
There's a search.
Yeah, I just don't even know which Discord I was in. Here it is. Okay. The creator of Filmot.com, which is a super cool... Oh, my God, my folding phone. It just dropped me into a completely different Discord. Okay. The creator of a super cool site, Filmot.com. It's a subtitle YouTube search. So you can
Subtitle
search
YouTube search.
YouTube videos by their subtitles.
Interesting.
So if you want to find every video where I said, "Dang it, Luke," you just key that in, and it'll bring it up, including the timestamp.
Very interesting.
So cool. Anyway, because he archives and my words. Because he archives subtitles, you can actually search his tool for certain keywords that might indicate that a channel has been taken over. So he has a feed of videos that are being added and deleted on about 20 million channels, not the entire site. And he can extract channel name changes, which can indicate hacked and taken over channels in history. And this is really cool because he sent me this message that I was totally afraid to open because I thought it might be a PDF, an executable disguised as a PDF, right? But he sent me this this text file that has every channel in the last 10 days that had its name changed to Tesla Live or Tesla Motor, something with Tesla in it, how many subscribers it has, and look at this list. This is last 10 days.
Yeah. Well, I showed Jake this thing that you can do, which is really straightforward. And I think you guys ended up showing it in that video. But if you just search on YouTube Elon Musk, and then there's not the most obvious thing in the world, but there's a filter button, and then it expands different ways that you can filter, and you filter by live. And you just scroll through and you look through thumbnails of his face, or thumbnails of that Zoom call, or thumbnails of some SpaceX stuff, because there's SpaceX versions of what happened to us.
Yep.
They're just everywhere. And tons of them have like 5,000 people watching. It's not a small number. There's like at least 5 or 6 you'll find, and then you scroll a little bit more, you'll find 5 or 6 more, constantly, just 5,000, 3,000, 2,000, all over the place.
So
It's crazy.
this is a huge problem that needs to be fixed. And the only reason that we haven't raised the alarm about it before is I didn't know about it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm just in my bubble and working on my stuff, and I just don't notice these things, but this is disastrous. So I can give you guys a little bit more detail about, what things were like in the war room. First of all, when two entities are in an account at the same time, trying to make changes at the same time, things can get a little janky. And one of the reasons that I wasn't able to lock things down was that I immediately went for, okay, the 2FA is compromised, right? Okay, it's got to be the 2FA is compromised. They've got to be in the account. But because the account that was breached was not LinusTechTips@gmail.com, not the actual channel owner account, all of the attempts that I was making,
resetting that 2FA, all that kind of stuff does nothing.
Not just that, okay? Not just that. Not only was resetting 2FA and resetting a password not helping, but even revoking all the devices that were logged in was not helping.
Yeah.
And that's something that a lot of people, I think, in their responses to this don't realize. Like, Linus, as soon as you realized something was wrong, why didn't you just revoke every signed-in device? Because it didn't fucking work.
Yeah.
And and you got to remember too, it's 3:30 in the morning. I have foggy, I've been sleeping brain. I am laser focused on figuring out how to secure my 2FA, because I think that it's pretty, self-explanatory that I don't have a completely separate 2-factor authentication system for every single account, right? So the YouTube account was not the only thing I was concerned about. So I'm sitting here going, I'm checking other accounts. Is anything else compromised? Is anything else breached? And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to lock them out of LTT. The LTT account was not how they got in. Then I realized I don't know how to use the content manager system.
Yeah.
I didn't set it up. Colt set it up. I don't know. Maybe I should have just called him in the middle of the night, but I didn't. Because I thought, okay, I can probably figure this out. It's just a matter of like resetting passwords and lock it down. But it took me a while to figure out how to manage who has access to a particular channel through Content Manager. Then, and this is something I didn't want to throw at YouTube at the time because it just didn't feel constructive. Once I did figure out how to lock people out, whether it's a flaw of the system, whether it's because our account had been flagged in some way, I couldn't lock it down. Even once I knew. So the way it works is with your, Linus Media Group email, you're assigned a role, some kind of role that gives you varying levels of access to the various channels. And the Linus Tech Tips one, because it has so many people who work on it, even in an uploader capacity, because like the business team, for example, uploads sponsored videos. The writers upload non-sponsored videos. Like there's all these different workflows and there's all these different reasons that a lot of people do need to have some level of access to it. The Linus Tech Tips one has quite a few people that have some role or another. And because I had finally figured out the vector, I was trying to lock it down and it would time out every single time. So even once I knew.
Yeah, that one's rough.
That's why the additional channels went down. Even once I knew, I couldn't stop it. And now, fortunately, as we made our way into the smaller channels, there were fewer and fewer people who had roles and we were able to lock them down. That's why we only lost LTT, TechLinked, and TechWiki. Because obviously these scammers wanted to go for the biggest channels first.
I'm kind of surprised.
That's a huge problem.
They didn't take like not even that much extra time. I probably shouldn't put ideas in people's heads, but not even that much extra time and just hit all of them at once. That surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
It's a good question. There were a few things that were very confusing to me, especially because I wasn't familiar with this sort of attack where they hijack your session token from your browser and then act like they are your browser, even though they're accessing it from somewhere else. Now, here's something that I'm really confused about, because I've encountered this on many accounts, and unfortunately, I've never thought about it, so I don't know if I've ever seen it on a Google account. But when you access a service with a token that was created somewhere,
so IP stuff. So as far as my understanding goes,
like, are they just VPNing through somewhere that they think is probably close to me and hoping that the token will last? Or
I did see that when looking through a bunch of logs and stuff, I did see that certain device connection things were coming from Vancouver, Canada.
I see.
I don't know if all of them did. I remember at one point in time talking about a device connecting from a certain country, but I don't know if we were the person and I that were talking. I don't know if we were just like using that as, you know, a country that's far away.
Yeah.
Or if that was actually a connection that happened.
Right.
But I don't know that Google, I have heard from other people, but this is entirely hearsay at this point, so I really don't want to claim it as anything.
Yeah.
That Google doesn't really do IP checks on those cookies.
Right.
Because the conversation that I had with this person was they were going, wow, I'm always surprised that Google doesn't do this because all these other services do.
Well,
but I don't know if that's true.
It makes sense. Well, here's the thing, right? Like, if the geographical location changes dramatically, then it's kind of a no-brainer. But if they're VPNing,
if they're coming into Vancouver
through somewhere close to you, then I mean that could be something as simple as, you know, switching from your Wi-Fi to your friend's Wi-Fi. You don't want to log back into everything.
We do know that. There was definitely one connection that happened from Germany, for sure. We saw that.
Right.
I don't know if that had anything to do with the Google accounts or anything else, though. I know that happened at one point for one thing. If any of the Google accounts, and that one that came from Germany was from a VM provider in Germany. Very trackable.
Right.
In my opinion, it would.
You mean VPN provider?
What did I say?
You said VM provider.
Yeah, I meant VPN. Sorry, he got it. We got there. If they used a VPN provider to get to a node that's in Vancouver, personally, I would throw crazy red flags on an account that went from its rough location to pretty close to its rough location.
Well, yeah, I mean, if Netflix can do it.
Yeah, like make them re-log in. You don't have to go nuclear, but just make them re-log in.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, maybe don't, you know what? Maybe don't even make them have multiple factors. Or maybe make that something you can configure. But do something.
Make them do 2FA or something, yeah.
Or don't
like
make them do 2FA.
Their TOTP code or whatever.
Yeah. Maybe just make them put in a one-time code.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I would consider that to be something.
Just some form of like, hey, something weird happened. Are you good?
Yeah, we couldn't help noticing.
Good,
that there was some weird stuff. Yeah. Oh, man, that was another really frustrating one.
I don't know 100% what they do, though. So
As part of the lockdown attempts that I was making, I was trying to change the recovery phone number on the LinusTechTips@gmail.com account because I thought, maybe that had been compromised, it's SIM hijacked or something like that. And it was erroring out every time. And I was just like,
come on!
And
now's a bad time.
And part of the error out was that as I was doing it, it was trying to re-authenticate me. And I'm like, okay, now you do it. But then it was causing it to error out. Come on!
Okay.
So I was extremely angry and extremely naked. I was as angry as I was naked.
So I was too. And sometimes I really laugh at the similarities between Linus and I. Because like we're different in a bunch of ways, but then certain things are just like, wow, that's really oddly identical. Because our response was literally matched. The second I figured out I didn't call you immediately. I don't remember exactly how it went, but I tried to verify because someone informed me and I was on my phone.
Yeah. And
I was like, okay, I need to get to my computer. I'm tired. I need to get downstairs, get to my computer, make sure this is real. And then I called you afterwards.
Yeah.
But I just immediately bounced out of bed, grabbed my clothes from the day before that was on my way out, so it didn't take me any extra time. Did not bother to put them on. Immediately ran downstairs, sat at my computer, and just dropped the clothes next to me and started working. And didn't recognize until, like, I think it was an hour and a half
Well, you're
later.
not going to be cold when you're juiced up on adrenaline.
Yeah, no. And like, but my roommate's door to his room is directly behind my desk.
Oh, he could have seen some stuff.
So he wakes up at 4:30 every day. He's an early bird. He wakes up and gets in the shower.
Yeah.
And I hear the shower turn on. I'm like, okay, time to put on clothes. But I didn't know you were. I was similarly naked for the first like hour and a half of this thing. Hilarious. I find that very funny. But okay, here's my bone to pick with you, Bucko.
Oh, why? What did I do?
This is why we're fighting. So
Yeah,
yesterday,
this is the first time hearing of us fighting. Is this like a topic in the doc? I haven't even read the doc.
I didn't want to prime you on it because I didn't want to disrupt your day.
Oh, okay.
And I wanted to.
All right, what are we fighting
I want to
about?
save the
Is this
juice for WAN Show.
Is this because I bailed on the call with the YouTube engineer? Because
Oh, no.
I was doing a badminton session with my kids, okay? I needed to go.
I sent the message. I said good dad at whatever point. I genuinely thought that I had it under control. There wasn't actually much that you could really do that was going to be different or beneficial.
Okay, what is he mad about? Let's see. Should I try to
Do you
guess?
want to try to figure it out?
Okay. He's mad, but he's not that mad, but he's clearly a little
I'm
mad.
kind of mad, actually.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
I'm just like more grown up now, so
Okay.
I'm dealing with it better.
That I didn't call you?
Okay, I hadn't even thought about that yet.
I shouldn't come up with reasons for him to be mad.
Now I'm mad about that. What the heck?
I am digging myself a deeper hole here.
My stupid phone doesn't even know when I called you, which is great. It's annoying. I know when
Okay.
the Teams call started, but that wasn't the first call.
All right, why are you mad?
Okay, so I'm in pretty early on this whole thing.
Yes.
I'm not the first person who calls you, but I got to be pretty early on.
Yeah.
And I pushed through the whole thing. I like to think I did pretty well. There's definitely some mistakes, but I think they're relatively minor and acceptable considering how tired I was.
Yes.
Make it through this whole thing. I'm feeling pretty good. I go to bed feeling like really good. I'm sitting there waiting for the video to go up because I know there's certain like limitations that accounts can have on YouTube.
Yeah.
And I'm worried this whole time that we're not actually going to be able to upload.
Sure.
So I'm waiting just in case like I need to dive back in. I see the video go live.
Yeah.
I click on it. It starts to play. I close it, immediately fall asleep.
Yeah.
I was probably asleep like potentially before the phone was fully laid down.
Yeah.
I was out. I wake up because my scheduled alarm goes off at 9 in the morning. So I only got like 7 hours of sleep after that whole thing. I wake up and immediately I'm like, I want to watch the video now.
Uh-oh, I think I see where this is going.
So I watched the video. What do you think in the video might have pissed me off?
The fact that I didn't specifically call you out as being a helper. Oh.
Because you might notice I had a writer credit on that video. I did not write myself into it at all because I actually didn't really care. So what do you think in the video might have pissed me off?
Okay, hold on. Let me think.
Because I got roasted for this by a bunch of my friends.
Okay.
Like a lot of them.
Okay, hold on. I still don't know.
Like, I don't think I've actually had certain people in this space just reach out to me and be like, are you actually an idiot before?
Okay.
But they did this time.
Wait, hold on. Okay. Is it that I didn't acknowledge that it wasn't your job yet to the malware warning we got? Oh,
Nope.
Okay. Okay. No. Okay, you got to tell me.
Okay. So
I don't even remember what's in that video,
AJ,
Luke.
I don't think I've even talked to AJ about this, and AJ knows one of the problems. There's two problems.
Half the time.
This one is much less of a problem because I know how you meant it. But the way that you said it, no one else interpreted it that way.
Half
you
of
said,
what time?
You acknowledged me at one point in the video. And again, I didn't necessarily want acknowledgement, it's fine. But you did acknowledge me at one point in the video to say that I was there for half of the night. You said that because the night started at 3 in the morning.
3:30 in the morning.
It started in the middle of the night. How everyone's going to interpret that is I was there for half of the time.
No!
And then you didn't reference any other part that I was still working on, anything like that. So people were like, oh, he showed up for half of the bad, whatever.
That's not what that means.
I knew you didn't mean it that way.
It started at 3:30 in the morning. That's like the halfway point of the night.
I heard it and I was like, darn it, he's doing that thing that he does with React content and the word that I'm not going to mention and stuff like that.
We were up half the night.
Yeah, I got
working on the thing.
So I was annoyed by that because of the interpretation that I knew the audience was going to get and how it painted me.
That's not fair to him or to me.
But
yes.
I knew that you didn't mean it that way.
Okay, what did I mean?
So I was annoyed, but we're still cool.
All right, what are we not cool about that you've waited for a
what
podcast
we're not cool about
with 35 to 40,000 people watching?
What we're not cool about, and I have multiple witnesses for this, including your wife and my partner.
My wife.
You were like, I had no idea what the attack vector was, and if I watched ThioJoe's video, maybe I would have known.
Yes.
I told you immediately what the problem was. What? So everyone's messaging me being like, dude, how did you not know? I did know!
Okay. So let me explain that. Because the private conversation that I had with Yvonne later, and you probably witnessed some of this, was very conciliatory. I was pretty rude to her in the heat of the moment.
I did witness that.
Yeah. So what I said to her was like, I have no excuse for this. I'm really sorry. Not only was I short, but
given the
not even intentional. Not only was I short, but I was not attentive enough to the instructions that you were giving me that would have made the situation
not only did I identify the attack vector
itself faster.
I knew exactly what department of the company it went to. I also knew exactly how to fix it. And I asked you if you could log me in, I can fix it for you. And you said, no, I'm focused right now, which is fine.
Yes.
Which is fine.
So
but to have the video come out,
okay,
that is a banger. And for it to be like, there is no way I could have known.
I didn't say there was no way I could have known. I said I didn't know.
And to know, I would have had to watch this video. Which, by the way,
shout out
that
ThioJoe.
video, ThioJoe, was in the script because, again, I got a writer credit on this thing that just roasts me, which is sick. But that video is in the script because it's it's really good. It's a very good video.
Yeah.
And I knew we weren't going to go into as much detail about the attack and how to avoid it and how to identify it and stuff.
Yes.
So I wanted that video to be referenced because it is fantastic. So I'm not dogging on Theo, just to be like super clear. It's a great video. I wanted it in there.
So
but that is not the only way that you could have known.
So here's the second thing that I said to Yvonne, which she knows because she's been with me for 18 years or something like that. Was that, okay, I do not operate well before about noon. Never mind at 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
If I'm still up at 3 in the morning, I'm sharp as a tack.
Probably still fine.
But if I am already up at 3 in the morning, I am non-functional. At my best, I have diagnosed for real ADD. At my absolute best. Focus, not easy for me. It's one of the things that makes me and her an absolutely incredible team because I'm going every different direction. I got ideas coming into my brain faster than you could shake a stick at, right? And she is focused and methodical.
Yeah.
She's the one who can actually make sure that anything comes of any of it.
Isn't
and
she?
So,
she's the one that actually got the accounts.
Of course.
Fixed. Yeah, I thought so.
Of course. Yeah. Because she's the one that is, and I don't know, it's weird because in certain types of crises, I'm the one who's cool and collected. Like we got sideswiped on the freeway a number of years ago and she's just like in a panic and I'm sitting here going, okay, signal on, pull over, not on the bridge, over there. Okay, make sure we flag them down, make sure they're stopping, do this, do that, get this information, take these pictures. In a certain type of crisis, I'm the one who's collected.
Are often like that. Yeah.
In other kinds of crises where we're trying to figure out what's going on, my brain's going, it could be this, it could be this, it could be this, it could be this, and like I'm trying to execute anything, and I can't do anything with all these ideas coming in, and with not one but two people talking into each of my ears while I am in a brain fog at 3 in the morning. I can tell you now with 100% honesty that I have no idea that you ever told me that or ever asked me that.
I know Yvonne does because later on in the call, she asked me, she's like, how did you know it was that? And I had to explain, like, there's been like a bunch of videos, a bunch of articles, like this has been going around quite a bit lately, all that kind of stuff. And I even told her today, and she was like, what? How did he not know that? And I was like, man, did you know that her and I started trying to work around you?
Nope.
At one point, so we started on a WAN show not even that long ago. I talked about how like Yvonne and I used to butt heads all the time, and now we're super bros. But during this, you were like going nuclear a little bit. So her and I started PMing each other to get work done.
Yeah, that's
like,
good.
On the side.
That's fine.
Which was great.
Which is great because it meant that you guys were quiet, which meant that I could actually focus on anything.
Which was actually the goal, because it was obvious. Like, I've been in that mode too, where you just like need people to not talk to you.
Yeah.
But Yvonne and I needed to be in the call with you.
Yes.
But us talking to each other was going to be really disrupting. So like it made sense.
So I'm sorry, but I can honestly tell you I had no idea.
Damn it. Okay. I said it like a bunch of times, but I understand.
I wasn't hearing any of it.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I couldn't even figure out. So here's another thing too. We've been undergoing a password migration recently.
Yeah.
I couldn't even figure out how to get, there were accounts that I couldn't get into, not because any hijacker had them, but because I didn't have the right credentials anymore. And so part of what I was panicked about was you guys were telling me it was something or something. You guys were telling me things. And I was like, hold on a second. I think they're in another account, but maybe I can lock this one down. Shut the up. I'm trying to.
It was a very chaotic call. Okay, so where are we at in the timeline then? Because I think that's still technically what we're doing.
It's chaos in the middle of the night.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. You, I, and Yvonne are involved.
Hey.
You and I are naked. For some reason, she still has her clothes on.
Hey, we can make it work. Okay, so what time? So we're struggling with accounts. There's still the question, because there was.
Yeah.
I don't want to go into why this time,
Yeah.
but there was a reason why we were concerned about 2FA stuff.
Yes.
So I fire off to the office to
Something
try to
to do
figure
with
that
something.
out. Yes.
And it was also something to do with why I was having trouble figuring something out. Something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what time that is. I'm not even going to bother looking it up.
Doesn't matter.
But I fire to the office, and I start. I don't know if you get this type of feeling, but while I'm driving there, definitely at legally approved speeds, on the road.
Don't do that.
I start getting. Yeah, sure.
You're no good to me dead.
I'll make it.
I always drive the speed limit.
I wonder who I got it from. What was I going to say? Yeah, while I'm driving there, I had this like wave of, I don't even necessarily want to call it emotion, but feeling wash over me, where I recognized that like, this is sick. And like, I knew it was horrible, but I'm flying to the office. There's like cars on the road because people are waking up to go to work. I've been awake for more than a day, and I'm like, this is going to be awesome. I don't know necessarily exactly what's going to happen. I run out the door, and my girlfriend's awake because like I'm freaking out, so she can't fall asleep easily. And as I say bye to her, run out the door, get to the car, get to the office, all this kind of stuff. Once I figure out the first thing that I was there for, there was now a second thing that I was there for. And I was like, whatever, I'm just going to buckle in. I'm here all day. So I grab what I need from where I first started, go to where my desk is at, and then realize like, I have no food or water or anything. So I start looking around, and there's nothing in the office ready to go. So my girlfriend, on her way to work a few hours later, drops by and brings me this like care package of a change of clothes, deodorant, a toothbrush, and an entire set of like food and drinks and everything I need for the full day, which was sick. That was a banger of a move. That's a way to gain a lot of brownie points with me. So I was set and ready to go, and then I just cranked it out for the rest of the day. We had to do a lot of stuff. There was a huge amount of coordination that had like 6 or 7 different email threads that had to bounce back and forth between you and James and me and Google.
We had a plan for what video was supposed to go up that day.
Yeah.
At let's see, sometime in the morning. You know, it's good. You should have gotten a writer credit. You did do work on it.
I actually was really surprised I got one because Jake did like 85, 90, 95, I don't know, some massive percentage more than me. I was mostly just there like validating things.
Yeah. So at some point in the morning, I went into content creator brain mode and I sent this message. We're clearly not uploading framework today. I have to go in. I had to go in early because we were shooting something at 10 with a viewer. So that had been scheduled. But I basically go, we need to be on this as early as possible, but the outline is basically this. Size is not necessarily an advantage. Saw some speculation that our size, we must have some kind of Uber systems or whatever, and we're better equipped than most small channels are, but the larger you are, the larger the attack surface. Can use examples like the way that it came out that some large companies were writing checks to contractors for hundreds of thousands of dollars without realizing that the invoices were totally bogus. Do you remember that scam? The more people, the more potential vectors for attack. 2FA. You guys talk about it all the time. Don't you use it? It's not perfect. Discuss problems with 2FA. Factors can be compromised. For convenience, we often have multiple secondary factors, which increases the attack surface again. And most importantly, almost every account still has text/email as an automatic account recovery system of some sort, both of which can be vulnerable. So what? It was simjacking again? How could you be stupid enough to fall for that again? And how is this even a video? Actually, no, it's not the same as last time. Detailed explanation of session hijacking and how that could be used to gain access to an account temporarily and even change credentials. We'll need help with this. I have that in bold. Apparently, I didn't remember that I did get help with that, so that's cool. Something that wouldn't have been nearly as effective if it wasn't for our content manager system. Shout out what YouTube did well. Shout out what YouTube could do better with detailed, blah, 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 blah. It's clear that we have disaster response processes to improve. I realized at 4 a.m. or whatever. Shout out Steve from Gamers Nexus. Here's what's going to happen. I think that was shortly before I put together the kids' lunches because Yvonne basically was like, okay, I'm going through and changing all the accounts, which I guess meant she's working with you to change all the accounts.
Which meant that Dan did most of it. Yvonne did all of the like ultra high threat, recently screwed over account stuff, meaning she did all the like channels and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then Dan like power suit one password every 1.2 minutes. I'm going to type and look nowhere else other than my screen for 16 hours, all the remaining accounts, which was fantastic because I planned to help him. And then there was just way too much other stuff to do.
So I prepared lunches for the kids for school. And I think this happened sometime either before or after that. So this is like 7-something, I guess. Man, so then I came into the office. I was in content mode, right?
At this point in time, sorry, I need to pull us back slightly for 1 second. At this point in time, we have identified, so I think it was mentioned earlier, it wasn't the primary account. It was an account who had access to multiple different channels that we have. So at this point in time, we have identified whose account it was.
Oh, that was frustrating.
We've identified what computer it was.
Yeah.
We've identified that person is online communicating with me. They're helping me figure stuff out.
Google knew for hours which account it was, but never communicated that to us except via like an automated system that thankfully Yvonne happened to get a notification from. Like it wasn't, they didn't tell us, hey, it's this one, turn this computer off, anyway.
Yeah. I ran over and unplugged it, and it's hiding by my desk now so that people don't plug it in and stuff. But yeah, so at this point in time, we have a lot of the information. We know the exact attack vector. We know literally the file. We know the name of the file, all this kind of stuff from the antivirus software and all these different types of things. Like, we are very informed, but there's a massive ocean of work to do.
Yeah.
3 channels are offline. Like, damage has been done and we're in recovery mode and all that kind of stuff. But we know, we are very well informed. We know what's going on. Yeah. Sorry, keep going.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. So I guess the next thing for me is I rolled into office and was not surprised at all that you were already there. Like I wasn't sure. Maybe you passed out or whatever. I wouldn't have blamed you. But if there's still stuff to do, then it also didn't surprise me. And then I was like making videos, and then so my focus for the rest of the day was, holy crap, how do we get this video about the hijacking out? And I'm thinking strategy, right? Because that's what I'm good at. Is okay. with all these pieces of information, how do I, what's the battle plan? What pieces can I move around on the board to execute methodically, right? And so I'm kind of sitting here going, okay, no, change of plans. No framework laptop video today, even if the channel comes back online. We need to get all the right people connected with all the right other people on YouTube, because I know that I'm going to be basically MIA and not able to respond to them today. So I need to get all those contacts handed off. And then we need to figure out what are we going to do to keep all these scam notifications that the channel was sending out from affecting us algorithmically.
Yeah.
So that was my focus. All right, so I need to get this video shot. And then we need to figure out what are we uploading when and if this channel comes back online, because what it was supposed to be was an update from Framework, the laptop company that I am invested in. That would have been great. It's a banger of a video, but would it be enough to give us the algorithmic
surge past
kick in the ass that we need to overcome whatever, because I mean, it's not like I didn't see people saying, yeah, I unsubscribed thinking it was like I was accidentally subscribed to Tesla or something. I didn't even realize that it was LTT that I was unsubscribing from. And I'm sitting here going, okay, how many of those people are there? What's the most effective way to reach them and get them back? And so I'm going, okay, no, we must, come hell or high water, make a video about this hijacking.
Which is a very good call. While
the momentum is still on our side, on Reddit, on the LTT forum, on Twitter, in the community, where people are still wanting to know, like, how do I upload my video about this before f***ing Asmongold, right?
and
I mean, I'm not going to beat Moist Critical, okay?
Yeah, he's going to have it out right away. Yeah,
but if I can beat f***ing Asmongold to reporting on my own situation, then that's probably a good thing, right? So I'm kind of like, okay, here's this outline I wrote in the wee hours of the morning. I cannot write this video. I need you guys to go fill in these blanks. I left some blanks. I passed that off to James and Jake, who apparently also shared the load with Luke. I didn't even know, by the way, that you had a writing credit on it until you told me just now.
I don't even necessarily think I should have. Jake did like massively more than I did.
Then Jake brings me the script once I'm done, and I basically sit there and I full credit to Jake. Everything he did was great, but the problem was that
I did notice it was a bit different.
The problem was that I do edit our scripts, and I was not in a state of mind where I was really able to edit. So I sat with him for a little bit. I went through the technical parts, making sure that anything, because this session token thing is something I just learned about. Like, it's not like I didn't know what a session token was, but just the exact mechanism of the hijacking I wasn't familiar with, and you need to make sure you get these things right as much as you at least freaking can, right? Your crisis mode. So I basically went through, okay, so here's these details that I need to go through. Get the out of my office in the nicest possible way. I was like, look, I don't think I can review someone else's work right now. I think I'm better off putting in my headphones and just banging this out myself.
You get into like the like survival mode functions of your brain are still running, so you can still dial in on a single task.
Yes,
but you can't, like, the other stuff starts to fade.
It starts to fall away.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
I can't have someone next to me right now, like discussing this with me, because normally that's how we would go through and do script review, because that's how we end up with our best work is me and the writer sitting and collaborating on it. And we did that for a while, and I was just like, it's not that your ideas are bad or that the work you've done is bad or anything. I just can't do this right now. And I need to just focus, because this video must come up. Poor Hoffmann was here editing until like after midnight, I think.
I was going to ask who did that.
Hoffmann, superstar.
Good work. So there's one step that you don't know about. So that message where you decided, I don't think I necessarily even got it. I don't know. I got a lot of messages that day. The message where you decided, like, okay, no, this isn't Saturday's video anymore. This is now today's video.
Yeah.
We had to totally change the plan.
Oh.
Because I had stuff like, I wanted a thing in there where we showed like someone trying to get into their apartment building.
Oh, like B-roll and like...
Yeah, we had all these different things.
Oh, Jake wanted to get the compromised machine and the account opened back up and get the exact email for screenshots. Oh, yeah, I was like, nah, we got to strike while the iron's hot.
So, like, but we what I'm saying is we had one direction, and then we had to, like, change it pretty significantly. So most of my contributions were to the first direction, and then Jake had to, like, redo basically the whole thing, and I had to take off because there's too many other things going on. But yeah, what you were saying about like task delegation and stuff, my biggest goal was the show's got to go on. And by that, I mean, like, the company needs to keep working. So I was like, okay, I'm getting offers for help from everyone on the planet, which I very much appreciate. Thank you very much. That's very cool.
Yeah.
But I actually need all of you to keep doing your jobs. And I need, like, this small team of people, which ended up mostly just being the people that I normally work with, which is great.
Yeah.
Need to, like, hammer this as hard as we can and try to solve things without disrupting too many other people's, you know, flows and whatnot. So that was perfect that you went into, like, production mode. That was exactly what I was hoping you would do.
Yeah.
Because, like, if we can have a handle on everything else and you can keep doing that, that's the right move.
That's what we got to do.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, I was totally on board.
Hey, we still shot 6 videos this week, which is
I heard
LTT
you talking
quota.
to probably James about that, and you were like, hey, that's actually pretty good. It's
a pretty big W, all things considered.
Yeah, it's actually pretty crazy.
Oh, I forgot. At some point, I went into CEO mode. Right, I remember. I was sitting on the set waiting for the shoot with the viewer. I was actually a little bit early to the office because Yvonne did not want to nap for 45 minutes. I really did after dropping the kids off, but before going to work.
That too.
Fine. So I was sitting on set and catching up on right, because I had stuff to do. But then I was like, oh crap, I should really like send out something. We had already sent a message much earlier in the morning going, hey, there's a situation. But I went into CEO mode and I basically wrote like a Q&A post.
Oh, this was a really good write-up.
I mean, when I'm not being distracted, like
you can do it.
I'm in the zone.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, hey, all, I know from your one-on-ones that you prefer getting updates about this sort of thing on WAN Show. But not everyone has a Floatplane account, so it won't be possible to reach you all like that. I'll settle for a post on Teams and basically went through, okay, what happened? What's being done to fix it? What does it mean? Some good stuff. Should be more updates over the course of the rest of the day, maybe into tomorrow. And then I fell asleep in my chair, which obviously James took a picture of.
Okay, so I was going to ask, is that moment? Yeah.
That is not staged.
So wait, the laptop, you write that post, enter, gone.
I was out for probably about half an hour in that chair.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's a framework laptop, so if it falls, who cares? I'll just fix it.
I tried to sleep 2 times. The first time, I think, was when I sent. Was this in? No. The first time was just in a lull of stuff. There was nothing that I could there were some things that I could like do. Like, I didn't get to do my normal job that day.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of things that I could do, but there wasn't anything disaster mode that I could do. So I even told Dan, I was like, all right, set an alarm for I think it was his idea to set an alarm, however it worked. I don't know. Yeah. Time's an illusion. I'm going to set an alarm as well. I'm going to go lay down and try to sleep for like half an hour max. Because if I sleep for longer than that, it's going to be bad. But like getting some amount of energy gain right now.
Like micro naps or whatever it's called is like good. But sleeping for an hour and a half or 2 hours, really bad.
Yeah. I don't remember why, but either way, I was aware of that. So I was like, okay, I don't know how long this is going to go. At this point in time, Google's kind of unsure, right? Yeah. So this could go into like the very wee hours of the morning.
Yeah. Oh, easy.
And I'm like, okay, I'm going to try to get some energy back. I like send a couple messages, do a couple things, go sit down on the couch, send one more message on my phone, start leaning over to lay down, and ping. Okay. I need to go back and keep going. All right, so I get up, get back to my desk. No, that's not the case. A little while later, I'm like, okay, I have another lull again, whatever. I send you and Yvonne like a status update thing.
Yep.
And then I'm like,
which I do not remember reading, but I'm pretty sure it happened.
I know you reacted to it, but yeah,
cool.
Memory of things is wild. But yeah, I get confirmation from you guys that you've read it somehow. And then in there, I think is like, I'm going to go lay down, so call me if you need me. And then I did the same thing, set timers, whatever, go lay down. I do actually get to lay down this time.
Yeah.
So I'm on like the couch that's in the middle of the lab. If you haven't seen that video, it's actually fantastic. There's like fire in front of the lab building. It's a really cool walkthrough. But I'm on that couch that's still there. And I like, lay the sweater on top of me and whatnot so I can try to fall asleep. I think I'm down for like 5 minutes. and then it's go time again. I wasn't even fully asleep because my brain's churning through too many things. And I'm like, all right, okay.
Hey, wasn't there one where I said, or like you told me you were gonna? What was this before the Google call?
This was right before the Google call.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So it
cool.
was like the main thing for the whole night that we were waiting for happened right then. And it was like, all right, let's go. But that was so much fun. That was really cool. We got a lot of help from the people that got in, just wreaked havoc on the account in general. They were changing the status of a ton of videos. So public, private, unlisted, they were changing all that kind of stuff.
And that was just like out of pure malice. The first
far
time
as
I
we
got
can
in,
tell, yeah.
even though the streams were going, nothing had really been touched other than the channel name. But then once I took the streams down once, they just started I think part of it is just keeping you on your heels. And that's a big part of why I wasn't able to pay attention to anything, because there was a new fire for me.
It makes sense.
Popping up while you guys are talking in my ear about, what it could be. And I'm sitting here going like, oh my God, everything's on fire, right? Like it's...
Yeah, so a bunch of videos that were private were made public and all these other types of things happened. So restoring our account, if they restored our account to, the minute that it was banned by them, then the account would be in a totally messed up state.
Yes.
And because there was a bunch of videos that were uploaded but never set to public, they were actually, what do you even call it? Published. They were published that day. So all these videos at the top of the channel are all these ancient, like rough cut, not properly edited videos that shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
At the top,
just
as the
garbage
most recent
footage.
thing. So it was an absolute mess. All the descriptions on the entire channel had a like crypto thing.
Yeah.
Appended to the top of them. It was a mess, and they worked with us to try to restore that. That was a very fun process. There's actually some like really, really powerful tools in the whatever it's called, content manager thing.
Yep.
I've never even seen them before, but they're very cool. The developer person from YouTube was extremely helpful, prepped a bunch of stuff for us, helped us out, and then like ran me through deploying it. They weren't able to do it themselves for some legal reason. As far as my brain guessing can confirm, I'm assuming it's because if they publish something on your behalf, it's them publishing it.
Yes.
So there's like issues with that.
Yep.
So we had to be the ones that actually did it, but they like really extremely helpful in walking us through.
This is crazy. Because I've been dealing with it and not reading articles about it, the amount of coverage there has been.
Yeah.
Oh wait, what did I just? What did I just show? I don't even know. I pressed Linus laptop, but my HDMI is unplugged, so I don't know what that was. But hopefully nothing.
It was nothing.
Good. Cool. Thanks, Dan. Good to know. I mean, he'd say that anyway, but
Yeah.
okay. You know what? I'm doing it. I'm plugging in.
Well,
my
is it going to
HDMI.
work?
Just hold on.
Yeah. Wait.
All right. Cool.
Wait.
I will wait a second, and Dan will fix it.
Oh yeah, but there's tons of it.
It's crazy. Okay, so Lou from Unbox Therapy has 17,000 views on a stark warning after hack. I don't even think that's the only clip he did about it. Review Tech USA has 73,000 views on a video. Sam Time has 18,000. John Hammond, 75,000. Mental Outlaw, 236,000. Sorry. You know what? Some Ordinary Gamers, 441,000. Oh, yeah, here's Lou's other video, 132,000. Chris Titus Tech, 56. UFD Tech, 327,000. Like, people were going...
UFD Techs was fast.
People are going everywhere, like trying to get more information about what's going on. And like, I'm sitting here going, oh, okay, I guess I probably should have posted some stuff about it. The one place I posted was on Floatplane.
Oh, yeah.
And I posted a text update. Oh, no, I guess I posted on Twitter as well, just to say I know so people would stop messaging me.
This is what I was going to say, though, about like the show's got to go on is like all the different teams. Like, I don't know. I've been out of Linus Media Group for a while.
Yeah.
And I've been out of office for a while.
Wait, Ludwig has a video?
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't put my name in the title. I guess I wasn't...
He put your face there.
I wasn't keyword worthy enough. 1.1 million views. All right.
What was I going to say? Yeah, so I've been in my little like, developer bubble for a while.
Yeah.
Coming back in though, watching the machine churn
It
is
turns
very
fast now.
interesting. And like
It turns fast.
the social team is like all over this immediately, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the interesting things to me. Is like, okay, yeah, we got obliterated, but the show's got to go on. So social team is like making memes about it.
Yeah, that was a big part of my like message from the CEO was the best FU that we can give to the hijackers is to not have any interruption to our business.
Yeah, just keep
and
moving.
the social team went hard.
Oh, yeah.
They went like savage in some cases. They went really hard. Some of the memes though are great, and
Really funny.
I can only take the tiniest amount of credit for it. The only thing I did is I wrote the caption for the one with me asleep in the chair. I did pretty good there, but I got to give James credit, not even the social team, but you got to give James credit for being on the ball, seeing me asleep when he was to call me to set, and instead of waking me, snapping a pic. You can tell that boy has gone to some frat parties.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to share my laptop screen now? Okay. Yep. Cool. All right. So, man, these guys were on it.
Oh, it was so, and there's so many posts, and that's definitely like what we should have done. And
This is
these
amazing.
are bangers. You Sleeping in the Chair has like almost 64,000 likes when it was viewed 2.8 million times.
Yeah.
Like
This RuneScape one,
so funny.
so good.
Oh man.
Like, just shout out. Okay, this one didn't get the most interaction, but I thought this is the one that made me laugh the hardest.
that was a MAC address tweet too. Yeah.
So
Which was
good.
like that's the time to roast,
Right? I look really tall here. I definitely like that. What else we got? We still have jobs. Great.
Today seems like a great day to watch Short Circuit. That was funny. I don't know if it's still this way, but the forum, there's like a sidebar on the forum that links to different videos that we have from
And it
different
was
channels.
all Short Circuit.
It was all just like, yeah, okay, it's fixed. But I mean, when that's like pretty much it. It turns into just like the Jake's most recent video from Short Circuit column, which was just so funny. I don't know. It was even nice. Like my group of people was head in the flame the whole time. So every once in a while when you come up for air and there's just something that you can laugh at.
And it's funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, that's nice. And then you can get back to it.
Exactly.
The Floatplane team, for like almost entirely unrelated reasons, which is unfortunate because we genuinely are rock solid the vast majority of the time. But we're trying to push this like really aggressive, and you know what? Let me check really quick. I'm going to potentially announce something. I just want to make sure that we're going.
Oh, boy.
We are. Let's send it. We for a long time haven't launched a ton feature-wise. There's a lot of reasons for that. But massive new thing is on the way, and it's on the beta site. There's beta.floatplane.com, and there's a lot of big changes with it. A big one is creator subchannels. This is like the main thing that we're talking about is creator subchannels. And you can check that out if you were subscribed to Linus Tech Tips. This is still in beta, so not all the other creators or none of the other creators have like set their channels up for this or gone through all that kind of stuff, but they will be working on it. But you can see all these different.
Oh, you can see we're still getting our processes figured out in terms of uploading. MAC address accidentally uploaded as Linus Tech Tips. We'll get that fixed.
Yeah, there's things going on. Also, we're still kind of figuring our stuff out. So there are still some problems on the beta site. It is a beta site, so it's kind of par for the course. But it's all broken up into these different subchannels. So we got a lot of feedback that people didn't like typing in the word exclusive if they wanted to search for all the exclusives on the site. So that's kind of where this concept comes from, is there's a subchannel for exclusives. So you just click on that. It has its own branding, all that kind of stuff. It's nice. You can now collapse the sidebar, which we got a bunch of feedback for. The player, not the full player update that we were hoping for like a long time ago, but the player does do more stuff. You can pop it out and then do other things on your computer and have it follow you around, or it will more aggressively attempt to fill the screen, which is also kind of cool. There's other little updates, stuff like that. So that showed up. There's also tons of other things changing in the back end and the front end and the app and all this kind of stuff. All of that was happening right now.
Yeah, cool.
And one of the major things that happened was we launched an app update. I'm pretty sure it was Monday. Mm-hmm. It finished propagating right around when all of this happened, and it had a little problem in it, which wouldn't have probably been that bad. But, you know, because of all the other events going on, it was like the world's worst possible timing. So AJ and Jonathan and Jaden and Joe and everybody is like trying to put out every fire on the planet. Jaden's got this like whack-a-mole hammer and just going through, batching every single bug he can possibly find, and everyone else is doing things crazy. It was, there's that whole like misery loves company thing, and I don't necessarily think this was misery because I had a wonderful time, but it's like dumpster fires. Floatplane starts having issues for like realistically the first time in a long time. The server has like an SSD go out.
Oh my God.
Like, that's crazy. All the different things that like, this is really like never a problem. And then just all of a sudden it's like boom, 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 boom.
When it
boom.
rains, it pours, right?
Everything possible just going off. It was crazy, but yeah. Did we miss anything?
I mean, we missed one big question that I got from someone, I don't know, like an hour ago. Who edited Naked Linus? Whose job was it to censor?
Well, I guess.
And the answer is Dennis.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say traditionally it's Dennis. So
Traditionally.
Did he well, someone asked me, they were like, wow, I can't believe someone had to edit Naked Linus. And I was like, yeah, it wasn't the first time, probably won't be the last. And it's always been Dennis, as far as I know.
The reason Dennis has ended up with naked footage of me is not because I sent it to him knowingly, but because Dennis keeps sneaking into my house and then taking security footage off of my cameras. So occasionally I might be naked in my own damn house.
So he's already seen it.
So realistically, you know,
that Band-Aid's already off.
yeah. But he did say that he has a technique now, and he didn't need to see anything more. And the technique is he blurs the whole screen.
Oh, and then like...
And then blurs less and less until he gets to, you know, minimal blurage.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I liked the strawberry. That was tasteful.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, what else? I think that's mostly it. But my brain's fried, so might have missed some.
I gotta say it was really incredible waking up this morning, seeing just everyone coming watching the video, people still subscribing to Floatplane by the hundreds.
Oh yeah, we're gonna pass 40K like on this stream probably.
Shut up.
Yeah,
Are we really?
we're at 39,932.
We have gained 250 Floatplane subscribers while we've been sitting here.
Yeah, there's over 4,000 people watching live. I heard that number a while ago, so that might even be different at this point. But
that's incredible. You know what? It probably didn't hurt that that was about 2/3, I think, of the exclusive content that we have on Floatplane.
I think it's like almost 300 or it's 250 or something. There's well over 200 exclusive videos on the platform.
A lot of it's really good.
Yeah.
We're at the point now where there's so many Floatplane subscribers that we can actually have a team of people who is dedicated to making videos just for them and creating content just for them. I actually had some cool thoughts in my sort of chaos brain mode that I was in this morning. One of the things that we're going to start doing on Floatplane is uploading LMG Clips, because we're not going to do it right away, but once we've got it to the point where you can enable and disable notifications per sub-channel, that was why we haven't been doing it, because I was worried about just spamming people with this extra... At one point, we were uploading like 10 videos a week to LMG Clips. I'm like, I don't want to, we don't need to overwhelm people. But now if you can turn it off, well, no problem. We'll just start uploading to LMG Clips. And also, this is hilarious. Way back in the day, once upon a time, I pressed Luke. I put a bunch of pressure on him to create a feature for Floatplane called text posts and picture posts, which has gone largely unused in that time. And I was like, hey, we could create a channel for them. And then the social team could post all the memes over there, so everyone on Floatplane could have no reason whatsoever to ever leave Floatplane. It would be amazing. And they could even post, like, if we had like 2 or 3 versions of it, or 2 or 3 captions, We could post, some of the other
Yeah.
ideas that we
Yeah,
had or
because
whatever
that same
else.
feature allows for multiple pieces of content per post.
Yeah.
So it could stay in one post, just one notification.
No, it's a good feature.
But
We
you
just
could see all the different stuff.
don't use it.
Yeah. We did technically your response. I actually thought that was kind of interesting. Your initial response to everything lighting up, and you like the first reach out you mentioned, sorry. Whew, it's been a long bit. Your first reach out was on Floatplane, right?
Yes.
And then it was just
no, first I tweeted I know.
Okay. And then your first like longer one was on Floatplane, and it was a text post, and I was like, wow, this is going to be the most like banger text post that's ever posted on this platform. Yeah.
I don't even remember
Yeah,
what
the beta
I said.
site's having some issues right now, but it's a beta. So if you're having some problems, just go on to the normal site, and it should be okay.
Oh wait, no, I clicked on the stream. I can't even find the text post. There it
guarantee
is.
you that all my guys are super pissed at me right now.
Oh, for sending people to the beta site?
Yeah, because they were like emergency putting out fires.
He says every time you say beta.floatplane.com, the CPU spikes. Thanks, Jonathan.
Yeah, my bad. I was all like hyped up on Floatplane doing sick, and then I realized
Well, we've never loaded it like this, or we've never changed the load on it like this since the roast.
And especially the roast had preparation involved and stuff, right? This was out of nowhere. And apparently no, they're totally in. They're like, no, go to beta.floatplane.com. Okay, sick, let's go. It's having some issues, but I mean, again, it's a beta. Who cares? But yeah, a lot of our problems are actually not related to the sudden load from all the new users. It's this like insanely massive update that we're pushing. And this whole beta site thing, like you'll notice if you log into the main site, then you go to the beta, you don't have to log in again.
Yeah, that's cool.
Because it's sharing backend.
Right.
So a lot of the update was to backend.
Right.
So there's things that are affecting both of them.
Right.
Like we're actually we can take this amount of users.
Right.
It's just actually other unrelated problems that just showed up at the worst possible time in history.
Cool.
But I mean, we're working on it. We'll figure it out.
All right.
They're working on it literally like right now. So yeah, that's what it is.
We should get cake for crossing 40,000.
Cake.
How do we get cake?
It's
You have a producer.
9:40 at night. I guess grocery
There's a
stores.
cake in my fridge. Is there any way to obtain it? Like, can you Uber Eats from your own
at
house?
home?
Can you send an Uber driver
You can do a delivery thing, I think.
to your house,
Hello.
and Yvonne can put a cake in the car, and then can the Uber bring it here? Is that a thing that can be done?
There's Uber package delivery.
It's TNT mango fruit cake. Would you eat cake? Because I know you're kind of iffy on the whole calories.
I
now.
was actually complaining to people about this earlier.
But have you eaten anything
I-
anyway?
I have actually.
Oh, okay.
I haven't had sugary drinks in like a super, super long time.
Ooh.
I had 2 Red Bulls.
How was that for you?
I'm like just disappointed.
Okay, so you're not going to have any cake.
Probably not.
We don't have to bring the cake. Forget the cake.
You can have cake.
No,
I legitimately will not be
I'm not going to
tempted.
eat. No, I'm not going to eat cake in front of you.
I genuinely don't
that's
mind.
rude.
You can definitely have cake.
I'll eat the cake when you're not around.
I don't know if that's better.
Because I'm going to eat cake tonight.
No, that's great.
I'm going to be sitting naked, eating cake.
Sweet.
Dan, you can be there if you want.
Hell yeah. You guys need food, though. Seriously.
You know what I think we should do is get through some more of our tech topics, get through the
Yeah.
sponsors and like the LTTStore stuff that we got to talk about. Yeah,
During
that's
the After
hilarious
Dark, we can-
because Dan's fingers are on fire.
Well, no, we actually.
and we haven't even announced the new items on LTT Store yet.
Oh boy. Well, yeah. So we've set some records. The merch message server exploded. So
Oh.
Konrad and I have been dealing with that. The backlog was about 200 for a little while there. I would like to apologize to everyone. I have read every single one of your merch messages.
Are they
the
still
time
coming
remaining in the queue is 1 hour and 10 minutes for them all to be displayed down the bottom of the screen. There's currently 343 in the queue. We have had over 700 and have been live for just under 2 hours now.
we are not going to get to them all today. Thank you for your support in advance. We'll do what we can.
Yeah.
It's the shirt, which I completely forgot about.
So
Okay.
Because Konrad made this cool feature in the merch messages dashboard, which tracks the most popular item of the night, and it's the shirt.
Right.
That makes sense.
That makes total sense.
I haven't even seen it. Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it
would
yet.
you guys like to see it?
I'd like to
Let's
see
see
it, but
the
we're going to
shirt.
do our sponsors first.
All right.
Was Dennis involved?
Dennis is involved.
Oh, bloody hell. Do you not feel like I've gone through enough today, Badan?
Well, I mean, it put me in a tough position too, because normally I do these on Thursdays. and I was
Anytime anyone would ask him to do anything yesterday, I would just be like, no.
yeah, I think Adam came by and was like, "How you guys doing?" I went, "Don't talk to us today." I apologized to him later,
Sorry,
but I was very short. Yeah, so normally I do that on Thursday, and it was getting near the end of the day, and Sarah sends me a message on Teams saying, "Hey, Linus and Nick have asked me to do a stream tomorrow at 10." And I think I said, "Is this a joke, lol?"
I did not ask for the stream. I think I asked for some kind of commemorative I was there for the hack shirt.
No, I'm designing the shirt live on stream. So I'm gonna be there for another 8 hours at 9 p.m. And then I have to be back here for 9, and then we did a 5-hour stream. So that stream
This
finished
all
about
happened.
3 p.m. today, and then at 3 p.m. today I had to do the entire 30 individual video integrations with layered things. I had to set up that call you had with those lovely people from DPReview, and implement the new merch things that Konrad wrote this week. So.
Man, Dan, you must be so tired. I think the kindest thing that I can do is to make it so we don't have to look at you being so tired like this.
I love working here. Shall we do these integrations? Everybody's worked really hard on them. Let's make some more money.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness. My face hurts.
This is WAN Show unhinged.
You got your script and things?
I mean, I don't have anything.
It's in the doc.
I haven't even looked at the doc in over an hour. Okay, I've got it.
Okay, read the things.
I have nothing.
Do I start?
I guess.
Okay, our first sponsor is Goliath.
Thanks to...
Okay. Tired of dealing with the hassle, oh wow, I can't do this. The hassle of Citrix or VMware Horizon issues? Look no further than Goliath. They offer a stress-free solution to end-user experience monitoring and troubleshooting. They can help you fix the most complex Citrix or VMware Horizon user issues in minutes. With Goliath, you can kiss your IT issues goodbye. But that's not all. Get a troubleshooting expert out of the box, so even if you're not tech-savvy like Dennis, you can still resolve issues without escalating them further. The technology comes with embedded intelligence and automation, so you can be set up and get operating in minutes. And if you're in healthcare, Goliath comes with industry-only modules for Cerner, Epic, and Meditech. Sign up for a free trial and save 20% using the link in the video description. Wow, so slick. And what is that kiss from?
Huh?
The kiss thing.
7.
What is that even from?
6.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Wow.
my.
Yeah, that's uncomfortable.
Oh.
Okay. The show is also brought to you by Ridge. Do you have a big bulge problem like this man? Oh my God. Well, you do. You just don't even realize it. On the left is your boring and chunky wallet. On the right is the Ridge wallet. With the Ridge's compact and stylish designs, you can now walk around and sit in comfort. The Ridge wallet can hold up to 12 cards, plus having room for cash. They have over 30 color and style variations, so you can easily find your perfect match. And its RFID blocking technology can even prevent thieves from stealing your your personal information. What am I looking at? Where is the arm going?
Get it.
You can test drive it for 45 days, and if you don't like it, just send it back for a full refund. Today is the last day of their anniversary sale. Thank you, Ridge, for sponsoring the show today. They say pants bulge sufferers should head to their website now. There you go. Save your pocket and save your wallet. Finally, the show is brought to you by Squarespace. Lots of things in life are hard. Okay. It's just as hard as running your own business, but you know what's not hard? Making your website with Squarespace. You can grow your business online through their marketing features, including SEO support, email, campaigns, and social tools. They have a wide selection of templates for your online store, and their e-commerce platforms come with everything you need, from merchandising to checkout. If you need help, they offer webinars, guides, and a 24/7 support team. And we like them so much, we use them for our LTX 2023 website too. So go check it out and get some tickets, by the way. And head to squarespace.com/WAN to get 10% off today. Whew. Okay.
You did it.
Yeah, I did it. How many topics? Oh, wow. There's like no topics today, but that probably makes sense.
I think we need to... Oh, yeah, it's going to be a long show anyways. I think we need to look at the shirt, though.
Okay.
I'm just like too curious.
Are you guys ready to see the shirt?
I kind of have to pee. Is it because I need to see the shirt? Or, okay, all right.
We're going to be here all night, so go pee.
You know what? Yeah, I'm going to do
whatever.
that.
Do you want to send me is there merch messages that I can answer, Dan? And while he...
Why don't you talk about the bug that allows users to uncensor images?
Sure,
Do a tech topic.
Yeah.
Not with AI, okay? This isn't like AI magically reconstructing the image somehow. This is like actually terrible.
Pencils.
Where is it? Here it is. Yeah. So this was posted by a bunch of places. This was all over the Twitters. It was apparently posted by 9to5 Google. It was posted by The Verge. Google's March security update fixed a bug in the pixel markup tool that allowed partial recovery of information that had been cropped or censored from a screenshot. This typically resulted when an image was saved in the tool, edited, and then the new version was saved in the same file location as the original. The edited file is typically smaller than the original, meaning that it wouldn't save over the entirety of the original information. That excess information was then retained instead of being deleted from the file location. It's worded, yeah, it's fine. This revelation prompted researchers to check other similar tools. I'm happy this is in the notes because I wasn't sure, because this was really interesting. Microsoft appears to have made an almost identical mistake, which the same vulnerability is able to be exploited on it, to be clear. So it's like the same thing in both the Windows 11 snipping tool and Windows 10 snip and sketch. I believe there was also another thing as well. This is definitely still kind of like a evolving topic, so look into the amount of different devices and services if you're interested. Luckily, many online services reprocess uploaded images, absolutely, because they want to save data, rendering this information unrecoverable, but not all of them do. Discord, for example, only started reprocessing uploaded images in January of this year. Images uploaded and sent prior to said patches may still carry this vulnerability. Pretty crazy. Discussion question. This is a serious problem, but it appears to happen in extremely specific circumstances. How worried should the average person be? I mean, if you use snipping tool is the most interesting one to me, personally, because of how I use devices. I'm not sure if that's the same for how other people use devices, but how I use devices, snipping tool, there's a lot of information that could potentially be there. And how this does recover things, yeah, maybe you won't see all of it, but being able to see any amount of it is pretty concerning. I
mean, and especially because snipping tool is it's not a tool like, oh man, what's that one that I like that you can get on Ninite? I can't remember right now, but there's screenshot
ShareX or something?
ShareX, yeah. There's screenshotting tools that are inherently kind of less secure because by default they upload to image sharing sites like Imgur or whatever. But snipping tool you kind of think of as
the more secure
everything
option.
Yeah, everything happening locally on your machine, and once you've edited it in any way and sent it out, that's all they've got, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's spooky. There's also like there's this whole security concept. I don't remember what it's called. I didn't prep for this, but it's happening right now with certain bits of data that people think will be able to be cracked into using quantum computers. It's happening with big governments and stuff where they're trying to harvest a bunch of stuff that they can't break into right now, but they're storing it
so they can break into it
later. This is a whole concept. I don't remember what it's called, but there's a name for it. And this feels like an almost potentially unintentional version of that.
Right.
Because upon hearing of this vulnerability, bad actors could just go back through conversations or look at things that were maybe shared with maybe communities or whatever and try to see, maybe I can extract something. All that information's already out there. It's going to take like the same amount of time for you to go back through everything you've shared as it is for them to go back. So they might find something before you do.
Right.
Like that's the concern to me, is this is now a vulnerability for things that have been sent already.
The good news for me anyway is that's not how I use it. So
yeah, I don't really crop images on my phone.
Yeah.
My trick is to just make sure that there was nothing bad there in the first place. So I don't know.
Yeah,
like, I mean, something that I know a bunch of people do, but like if you need to screenshot a conversation to send it someone, but you don't want the previous messages to come in, just open the keyboard and it shoves a bunch of the messages up. So it'll get some stuff off screen and then screenshot it that way. But yeah, I don't know.
Oh, holy crap. I didn't even see this. Intel founder Gordon Moore died earlier today at the age of 94.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. One of the traitorous 8, the programmers who left Shockley Semiconductor in 1957 to launch the company that would eventually become Intel. He's also the namesake of Moore's Law, obviously. The rule of thumb that the number of components in an integrated circuit would double roughly every 2 years. He only left the company in 1997. Wow, so he was there for 40 years. Absolutely incredible.
That's pretty wild. I'm going to get it in. It's going to be fast.
Oh.
I'm doing it anyways.
Okay.
They're big. It's important.
All right.
It's not going to take that long. There's ChatGPT updates. Okay? Okay? Plugins. It's actually huge. ChatGPT has integrated plugins. Have I had time to mess with this? No. I was kind of dealing with some stuff. Okay? So my information on this is not going to be as high quality as it normally is. I'm just telling you it exists. There's some really crazy things already. The first thing I noticed was immediately on the plugin list, so they were already working on this, was Wolfram Alpha. Do you know what Wolfram Alpha is? It's like you put in crazy complex equations and it just solves it for you.
Oh, okay.
You know what's interesting about ChatGPT? It's always sucked at math.
No way.
They have a plugin for this thing that's like incredibly amazing at math.
So now it can do math.
And now you can talk to Wolfram Alpha.
I feel like I'm watching the Star Wars sequel trilogy. They fly now.
Oh, yeah. Except this time it couldn't already do it, and not everyone knew that, which is crazy. Sorry, I'm still salty about Star Wars. But yeah, so Wolfram Alpha had a kind of a problem, if you want to call it this, where it doesn't understand like someone talking to it, you know?
Right.
You have to do math with it. And ChatGPT had a problem where it can't really do math very well. You push those two together, and that's crazy. Because now you can ask in human language, conversational language,
how to solve math problems.
Could introduce very, very complex math problems that Wolfram Alpha can then do for it and respond back in a conversational way, which is really interesting. Also, it's on the internet now. And it can do some pretty crazy stuff. Because, hey, it has plugins. It's connected with Zapier, the like automations and connect different accounts thing. So people have connected like ChatGPT to their email and had it like read emails for them and do things with them and stuff, and like download videos and edit them. Don't know how much storage it has. There's some like actually really crazy stuff going on. I've had 0 time to touch it. 0 time.
Okay.
So yeah, it's another one of them weeks. I don't know when this is going to stop.
Hey, I've got some big news for you too.
Did it just pass 40?
Floatplane now has 40,106 subscribers for LTT.
What the heck?
Wild.
That's actually insane.
There will be cake at some point, okay? We'll do a 40,000 cake.
I think I can, yeah.
Dan, can you email Vance and ask Vance to arrange cake for next week, please?
The week I'm not here. Yeah, sure.
Not
All
next
right.
week then. Later. No, later.
I'll have it done for Monday.
No. Do it later. Do it later.
Right
Do it when
away,
you slept.
sir.
I wish all the Floatplane team was here, but so many of them are remote.
I know. We can get them cake too. Uber eats them cake.
Yeah.
Yeah, ask if Vance can arrange that. Everyone should get cake.
I do.
Let them eat cake.
I do have Colton's credit card, so I will just.
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
Put it on Colton's credit card.
Oh, I forgot. Darn it. When we went through the play-by-play,
Yeah.
I was going to say I don't want to name who it was, but in this case, let's just use the name Colton.
Yeah.
And just like roast him indirectly, but I forgot.
I had some people that were actually upset with me for outing who it was, saying that was a really not cool, CEO move. No, it was a joke. It was a joke. It wasn't Colton. He actually addresses that in the Floatplane exclusive that has that went up today of staff reacting to hack memes. So Colton's in that one.
and to be clear, I want to just do a really quick address for this. It is not that person's fault. There's a lot of things that oh no, you talked about this in the video.
Yeah.
Stuff should roll up. Yeah.
Yeah, it
okay.
should.
So I guess that's already covered.
That's the way it goes.
There's things we haven't had enough time, and like the infrastructure hire that I want to bring on isn't here yet. I had interviews this week. I had some earlier this week that went well enough, and then I had some on Thursday and Friday scheduled.
Those didn't go as well.
Those got canceled, and we moved those to next week.
You know what's really funny is Yvonne was also doing interviews this week for like accounting positions, and she fell asleep in one of them, which I think is hilarious. Like, I know that when she's not rested, she's just
Yeah.
and it's amazing. It's like a superpower for her, because we used to commute to university together on transit, and she would not only usually be asleep within 2 stops on the train, like 2, and we got on at King George, so that first one is really short. It's
Yeah.
from King George to
That's like
Central City.
Almost immediate.
Yeah. So she would pass out within 2 stops, but once we would arrive, she would just wake up and like, keep going about it. So she can drift in and out of sleep like a narcoleptic. Like it's incredible. I think that's the word for it, right? People who just like fall asleep.
I think so. I don't know either.
Yeah. So anyway, she was telling me she fell asleep in one of her interviews, and I was like, oh my goodness. Well, did they like understand the situation? Because she was saying like, I fell asleep. I want to like email them and apologize. And I'm like, well, I mean, did they understand the situation? And she's like, no, I didn't tell them, and they didn't know. Meanwhile, Luke's going, yeah, I tried to reschedule my interviews, and they're like, yeah, we know, it's all good.
Yeah, that was really funny.
Just the difference in these spaces and how people applying for that kind of a position are just jacked in. They're dialed in to what's going on here.
I want to post a clarification, because a bunch of people have been like, I jumped on ChatGPT and I asked it math stuff and it failed. You have to be on a paid plan. You have to have ChatGPT Plus, because you need to be using GPT-4. And you have to be in the I don't know if this is the part where like I don't know enough that's going on. I know it's a beta, but I don't know if everyone's in or not. And you have to enable the plugin for Wolfram Alpha. It doesn't just like do that normally. There's a collection of plugins, and you have to enable the plugin. It's a wait list. Okay, yeah. So not everyone can use it, but it's doing these things. You can look it up. I don't have enough information. Go to other more fleshed out resources.
Kyle from Creator Warehouse is freaking out in the chat, or sending a message in the chat. You guys forgot to update the Creator Warehouse stuff. So let's go.
What creator? What? Huh?
All the merch stuff that we're supposed to talk about this week that is all over the table in front of us.
And the shirt. There's so many things.
We didn't do the shirt yet.
Do you guys want to see the shirt?
Yes, I want to see the bloody shirt.
All right, let's have a look at the bloody shirt. Here we go.
Okay, where do I see
I
it?
am doing this. It's a surprise.
All 3 people
Oh.
doing this show are like extremely sleep deprived.
I had a lunch break today. I worked through my lunch.
Okay, you're not supposed to do that.
What? Let me just stop time. All right. Anyway, here's the shirt. Are you guys ready?
Wait a second.
Yeah. So wait, this is on the store. Why don't we just look at it on the store?
No, because I made a special.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay. No.
Look it on the
I
store.
didn't. No, I didn't see it.
Okay,
Here's the shirt.
Oh,
Is it going to change colors?
God.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. So I was gonna say it should be
So
like
it's
blue
Gone
or
Phishin.
something.
Oh, that's so cool.
And here's a bigger version.
That's
that
fantastic.
awesome?
I saw a preview of this earlier.
So this is
There's a float plane.
there's a float plane.
Let's go.
And if you look on the bottom left, there's a 5'1" on the dock,
Oh,
and
I love his tattoo.
it's got a 2FA tattoo.
Love 2FA.
oh, that's
a
fantastic.
little basket of cookies.
Is the hat black?
Well, we were considering putting a strawberry on the hat.
Yes.
That was,
Okay.
I think, Floatplane's idea as well. So this was a Floatplane exclusive that was live for 5 hours
it's a-
straight today. Oh, sorry.
It's a basket of cookies.
Basket of cookies, yeah.
I just put that together. I was like, are those mushrooms or like what?
Getting cookies. Wow, there's like so many
So
cool
many
elements to
references.
this design. I love it.
Yeah.
Normally, I at least look at designs before we put them on sale. Being the CEO and approving, especially if it's going to be poking fun at ourselves, I kind of go, it'd probably be good if I get a chance to have a look at this a little bit. But I don't think I would have had a single piece of feedback for
Here,
this.
hold on.
That's
Put it on me.
awesome.
Oh, okay.
Put it on me.
Give me a second here. I don't think I can live key the color, but there you go.
Gone
It's big on you. Yeah, there you go. There.
Yeah, that's not bad. Here, wait. There we go. That's not bad.
Yeah, there we go. Awesome.
Yeah, there's your shirt. That's what.
Live models.
Okay.
And these are all on the new high quality LTT blanks. The next thing, there are actually a few of these updates. 64-ounce water bottles, the Chunguses. Chungai?
I like Chungai.
Chungai. The Chungai are back in stock. These things are absolutely enormous. This is like Luke's favorite now that he has
I
one.
use it literally every day.
Yeah, good stuff. These are back in stock on the site, and I believe every color, certainly most of the colors. They're apparently new colors. Hey, sick. All right, those are back. And we have a new underwear print for men and new women's underwear. Including, I don't know, if a thing exists, someone is into it, including a couple's photo shoot that Yvonne and I got to do together, which was actually pretty fun. So the new colorway for the men's underwear. Oh, where the bloody heck is the underwear? Where's it? Oh, man. Okay, this can't be that hard to find, right? Okay, yes.
A lot of products now.
Or wait, are these the old
So
colorways?
the underwear got split out into more than one listing.
Okay. I will
Konrad's gonna feel so vindicated.
I will
right now.
find it. Underwear 3.
Oh, it's the confetti 3-pack.
Oh, okay. 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 All right.
It
Okay.
just shows both.
So here it is. And so we launched a new colorway for the men's, and we launched women's underwear because the whole idea was we could do matching his and hers underwear. Cool, right?
Okay, but I am actually confused.
Okay. So then there's 4 pieces for the women. There's the scoop.
No. Okay, but the
Bralette.
3-pack, Yvonne's in it,
Yeah.
but it's just a guy one. Is that right?
Yes.
Because she's in it and wearing the same style, but this listing is.
Oh, I see what you mean. It could look like a 3-pack. Okay. We will work on the clarity of that. This is a 3-pack of men's underwear, and then this is the matching women's sets. So there's the triangle bralette in two different styles, and then there's the boy short, the bikini something. I don't really understand like women's undergarments, but the point is that there's definitely undergarments, and they're definitely matching his and hers, and it was a lot of
second photo
fun.
on the underwear 3-pack confetti prism /black is hilarious. I just love that. That's so funny. The expressions and everything. It's great.
We had a lot of fun with this.
I love the photo shoots that we do because there's so many companies where you go to their brand photos and it's just like, okay, they have that stock photo that they changed the logo on the shirt of or whatever.
Yeah.
And then ours, like everybody just like horses around, which is great. I think it's great.
Well, you got to put in the work, man.
Yeah, and it's more like interesting, and you actually get to see people like wearing them and trying them out instead of just like this stock photo, which is clearly not that exact product.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
it sucks. Sucks. It's dumb. Especially because it's like not that much work. Like it is. We have a great team. They do an amazing job. Poor Maria, you know. We talk about poor Dennis having to censor naked Linus. You know, Maria has to hang around with me in my underwear, like taking pictures of me, and it's like,
Okay.
yeah, like I don't know what to tell you. Technically, it was in the job description, so like I guess this is what we're doing now. Oh my God, I feel awkward about it.
Yeah.
I nothing against Maria. I liked doing underwear shoots with Hoffmann better, just because, like, you know,
familiarity, stuff like that.
We're both dudes.
It's like this is very off topic, but doing jujitsu for the first time is very similar.
Yeah.
Some of the positions you gotta get in. Sometimes it's like this is
right. Yeah, a lot of junk rubbing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then after you've,
Sure. Yeah.
it's
I can
like,
see that.
okay, everyone you're very focused on other things and it actually genuinely doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And you just do jujitsu and it's fine. But the very first time it's like, oh.
And credit to Maria, total professional.
Very professional.
Yeah, total professional.
Very
Definitely, put me at ease, but
that's good.
Just like kind of, it's a funny thing. Even though I wasn't showing any more skin than I would in a bathing suit.
It feels
at the
way
public
more
pool,
revealing. Yeah.
Just like undoing my belt in front of an employee.
Yeah, that's a moment.
Right? And like I didn't, right? Actually, no, I have. Okay, like in Creator Warehouse, like merch meetings, like when a time I had to undo my belt in front of an employee, even though I didn't during the underwear shoot. I changed outside and then I just came in my underwear, which was also walking into a room and like an employee's there and I'm in my underwear. Like
you do what you can to make it
it's weird.
less weird.
But a time I did have to undo my belt in front of someone was because we were working on a belt. And so I was with Bridget, Alameda, and Nick, and I'm like undoing my belt in front of them so that I can take it off and show them, the issues I was having. It was like a little thick, and I was like, okay, yeah, I can't really thread it through here, and like, it's like, but it's not a thing I do.
You always only ever do either alone or an extremely selective company.
Yes.
Then doing with other people, no matter how innocent, is just weird because your brain's like, this is different.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah.
Because the things that come after this definitely shouldn't be done. Because when do you take off your belt? Right?
When you're gonna take off your pants.
When you're gonna have a shower. When you're gonna, be banging or whatever. Right? Like it. But that's. But...
Yeah.
Anywho, this may be the last WAN stand. I am determined to cancel myself, have someone else cancel me. Someone's got to do it. This man must be stopped.
That tweet from the social team about like the second time in a month where everyone's wondering if they're going to still have a job was so funny.
Pretty on the nose, social team.
I was going to say too, how do we follow this up? WAN Show's just been on fire. That was another like pretty early reaction that I had when the channel got hacked. I was like, WAN Show's gonna be sick. Like, there's no way WAN Show isn't gonna be great. It's like, what do we do next week? We need something crazy to happen.
No, I really don't. I could actually use a break. How about we just have
We'll think of something.
Can we do the night stream with the lights
Yeah,
off?
when you're not going to be here. Oh,
no, I'm no
he'll be
longer
back.
allowed to ever miss a WAN show.
Yeah.
Wait, are you
he
joining the
returns.
streak?
I am joining the streak.
Dan's joining the streak.
Officially, it's part of my quarterly goal that there was no WAN shows. I got rid of the bugs that were in here for 10 years, and now I'm going to die before there's another issue.
No way. So hold on a second. Which one of us is going to break the streak then? Is there a pool already that I just don't know about?
I don't know of any. I know, like, I have stuff coming up that is going to be... I'm going to be out of country on Fridays, but I'm just like, I called in from France, I called in from Greece,
I
This
called in
doesn't
from
mean
Hawaii.
This doesn't mean it has to end.
I was talking to some people about this too. I can technically do this job remotely.
Remote producing.
Shut
So
up.
you guys would be here, and I can do all this remotely, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's no
show
more missing them.
must go on.
Go on.
All right. Okay. Yes, we're gonna do it. You're gonna. I have another thing first. Thing first.
Okay.
Okay. This is probably the last call for the CPU in a CPU promotion that we're doing. We've got 2 pillows on LTTStore that are on wild and crazy promo right now. So the Team Red pillow. This one right here in the 50 by 50 centimeter size has a chance. I believe it's 1 in 23. A 1 in 23 chance. Don't quote me on that. We'll have the full details on the product page, maybe? I hope it's on the product page. I will check the product page. Yes, here it is. A 3 in 25 chance. So whatever that works out to. 12 in 100. 1 in 23, where did I get that from? So 3 out of 25 of the Couch Ripper pillow in this size, the biggest size of both, and the Team Red pillow will have a chance of containing an actual CPU. The value of the CPU will be between $161.18 and $698.99. No purchase necessary. All the details are on the product page. But yes, my friends, you can buy a pillow and get an actual CPU in your order, and the odds of receiving one are not some infinitely small chance. It is 3 in 25 to get an actual CPU in your order. Not valid in Quebec. That's the only stipulation, because they are like super anal about giveaways and stuff over there. I don't know what their problem is. They just don't want the Quebecois to have anything nice. They do have some pretty nice consumer protections over there. I will give them that. They have like a bureau that takes care of stuff that the BC government just doesn't seem to care about at all. All right, what else we got? Right. We are, yes, this is important. Okay, Luke, I need you to play hat roulette with me. Hat roulette. Okay. So I'm gonna go like this. I have 2 seemingly identical hats, identical plain black hats. Da 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 da. Okay. Now tell me which one you want.
The left one.
My left or your left? Oh. Thank you for that.
This one.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
We are each going to put on our hats.
All right.
Dan, can I invite you up here to be our lovely assistant? The adjustment mechanism is a little bit... Okay, you figured it out really quickly. Fine, cool. Okay, we are both wearing hats. One is waterproof, one is not.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay. No, not there. Okay.
Oh, I misunderstood.
So, okay. I guess what I'll do is I'll kind of go this way so that the excess just kind of pours on the floor, so I don't have to be wet for the next 2 hours everywhere except my head. Okay, hit me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta.
I have to clean this up.
You're gonna have to pour some water. No, it'll evaporate. It's fine. Okay. All right. Okay, so that's gonna either soak through or yours will. Wait, did you only pour on the brim?
I got some on the top too.
Oh, okay. I might have the waterproof one then. Let's see how Luke does.
Send it.
Oh.
Get it everywhere.
Oh yeah, that one is very different.
Oh,
Is this the waterproof one?
it looks like it.
it
Hey,
on.
you're rubbing the water in.
Here.
Oh no.
No, yeah, that one's not.
Oh, why?
That
Oh.
one's not.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
Okay.
That is incredible. Look at that.
Whoa! It's beaded up.
Okay.
I don't know how well they can see that, but it's beaded up on the brim.
Here is what we... No, I'm good. Thanks, Dan. Here is what we need to talk to you guys about. We are working on a new hat offering. Some of the stuff is going to be the same regardless. So no Smarty. So there's absolutely no pressure points on your head. Super comfortable inner band material. This adjustment mechanism can be a little tricky to figure out the first time, but is designed mostly to ensure that there's no pressure point if you wear it backwards, forwards, whatever.
Oh.
It's a really comfortable hat. But what we're trying to figure out is
Is it like worth it to people for it to be water resistant?
Oh, yeah. So do you mind creating a poll in the Floatplane chat?
Let's see.
I want to give you guys some idea. It's a high-end hat. It's a really nice hat, but it's either going to be a $20 hat, which from my point of view is already pretty expensive for something that you can get for free at trade shows. But it'll be an LTT hat. You know, we'll make it LTT or, you know, whatever. And it'll probably be around $20. If we do the LTT hat...
No, you were just talking about how it's a nicer hat, though. It's not something you get at trade shows.
No, I just mean like there's a certain amount that I'm willing to pay for something like a travel power adapter. If I can get one for free, then it needs to either be an amazing one or it needs to not cost that much more.
I got you, yeah.
Yeah, so this one is really great, really comfortable. We're going to do a couple different sizes. So one that's kind of small to medium, one that's kind of large to XL kind of thing. Because Nick Light tried this on and was like, yeah, it's too small. It was just too shallow. It looked hilarious. It looked like he was wearing a yarmulke. Like it's just, the guy, I didn't realize how big his head was.
He's a big head.
Yeah, well, him bald, his head still looks kind of big. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, Nick Light. That one, because of the cost of that material, because that's not just a spray-on treatment that goes away.
Oh,
because of
wow.
the cost of that material, it would be closer to $40. Oh. So that would be like LTT Hat Pro. So this is LTT Hat, which is already a good hat. And that's LTT Hat Pro, which is, I mean, functionally identical to LTT Hat.
Is it hydrophobic?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
But it is water repelling. Yeah. So which one? Because there's going to be a minimum order quantity involved in the fabric order, no matter what we do. And we don't necessarily want to bring in like 20,000 hats. So we're kind of hoping to settle on one. If you guys can let us know, what do you want to see?
So I'm asking right now, which one do you think we should launch? And saying $20 hat or $40 hydrophobic hat. Cool?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll have a look at what Floatplane Chat wants or what Floatplane Chat wants, and we'll go from there.
Poll issue earlier, so we'll see if it goes. It looks like it went.
It looks like it went. Okay, I'll check in on the results in a little bit. First,
personally, can I throw my hat in the ring, as it were?
You are gonna influence the vote, Luke. You can't just influence it right away. Okay, no.
But I think there's a good point here.
Actually, I forbid it.
Okay. All right.
No, I can't forbid it. You just do whatever you want to do.
Okay, so
he was gonna do it anyway.
With your argument for you can get this at a trade show,
You just
thing,
watch.
whatever.
We're gonna forget for the third week in a row now because I didn't do it.
With your argument of like, there's ways to get free hats. In my opinion, the like special hydrophobic one makes more sense if you're going to buy a hat, anyways. Personally.
Okay. The poll is apparently broken. Oh wait, some people were able to
People
vote.
are getting votes in.
Okay. Wow. The overwhelming majority, I think we've seen enough. 4-2 or 4-1. The hydrophobic hat is winning. Don't bother with the $20 hat, says the people. Well, I think we've got our answer then. See you later, LTT Hat. Hello, LTT Hat Pro.
Winner. It looks the same.
Yeah, it looks identical.
I was really trying to like eye him up to see like what is he getting at here, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that's the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It looks like we're doing the hydrophobic hat.
Sweet.
Cool. Yeah, it's a super cool material. I really like it.
It feels totally normal too.
It feels exactly the same as the other one. I can't tell them apart.
Yeah. It's interesting.
But it's hydrophobic.
Yeah.
All right. Finally, this. Dan, do you mind manning the Luke cam? This is cool. Do we have any things that fit? Oh, I have a thing that fits in that. Why don't you try and figure out what it is while I go get a thing that goes in it?
What the bag is?
Yeah.
I've been trying to figure this out for a while. It has a water bottle. It has a water bottle holder on the side, which is kind of cool because it's like quick release. You just pull this string. I've never seen this before, so I'm showing off. Or I've never been like briefed on this, so I'm just sending it. So I'm sorry, whoever designed this, if I say something that's dumb or wrong. But there's these little elastic things that hold the bottle in place. There's one on the bottom here, which you can see right there. Yeah, whenever you're ready. Little bottle there that has a string on the bottom, so you could just move that out of the way and like drop it out. And then there's also this string that goes over, or elastic or whatever, that goes over top, so you could move that out of the way and then pull it out. I think that's sweet because I like the idea of water bottles that are stored externally in bags. Even though ours, you know, I've never had mine leak, but like, it's nice to have water bottles stored externally regardless.
Okay, but what is the bag for?
What is it for? To me, I immediately jump to like Switch or Steam Deck,
Okay.
but I don't know. Hey, I think I was on it.
Okay. So, I actually haven't tested any of these devices in it
give me one of them?
personally.
There we
Why
go.
don't we start with the Steam Deck, since that's
Okay.
obviously the most popular gaming PC handheld. Yeah, there you go, Dan. Yeah, Luke, you're kind of holding it where Dan can't see it.
Nice. Nice.
You're doing a great job over there.
Performing at maximum capacity. Done.
Okay.
inside.
So the idea, I'm going to go back to the wide cam for a second here, Dan. I don't know how well they can hear me when I'm far away from my mic.
Speak up a little bit more.
Speak up a bit more.
This is
Okay,
like
cool.
a gamer satchel pouch?
Yeah, so it's a gamer kind of day pack, kind of, I don't know. It's like, it's somewhere, it's kind of like a messenger bag, but you don't have a laptop.
When you need to stay hydrated and also play video games.
Yeah.
Which is great.
It's got a little
To be
bit
clear.
of, it's got a little bit of extra space for, you know, some other stuff. You could put some SD cards or, you know, like a few little things.
Battery pack.
But it mostly is a carrying case for your game console that is intended to be worn as kind of like a, I think Matthew called it a crossbody bag. So it goes kind of like that.
Huh?
Oh, if you go to Luke Cam.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I can step over here. Yeah. Okay.
We're making it
thanks.
work, guys.
So
Okay.
it's intended to be worn kind of like this. And then the idea is that you kind of bring it around. You can get your water bottle. You can get it whatever. Then you just kind of put it here. This is really cool. Hold on, let me see if I can.
Oh.
So it slides apart and then just goes together magnetically, but it's super secure.
Oh, okay. So you can put it right in because it's a magnet, but then
Yeah.
pulling directly against it, the magnetic force is so strong that you have to slide it. That's kind of
Not
neat.
magnetic.
Oh, what?
They're super cool. They're from Fidlock.
That's neat. I just got fooled.
Okay, so back to the wide cam then. Basically, what we want to know. Actually, I think there were notes. We want community feedback. Would you want something that's just?
What was that? Was that the Steam Deck?
No, that was a ONEXPLAYER.
Oh.
It's like a really good one.
It landed on carpet. Pretty like thick carpet.
Yeah, and then it also hit the leg of the table, which is made of metal, face down. It seems okay. Anyway, what would you be more interested in? Something that's mostly just the size of a Steam Deck? Something a little bigger that's more like messenger bag, like laptop bag sized, but has a spot for a Steam Deck? Or it's hard to get this right because one that's big enough for a Steam Deck is comically large for a Nintendo Switch, which is, you know, got an install base many, many times larger than the Steam Deck. So we're already looking at it going, would we have to do two of them, like in two different sizes? That's extra product development. It's higher minimum order quantities. Is this something that you guys are interested in at all? You know, maybe is there I don't know. How
really
are we
want to do another poll right now.
Yeah, how are we planning to take? Yeah, we're not going to do another poll, but how are we planning to take feedback on this? I don't know what the plan was.
Think about it for a week.
Yeah, think
and
about it for a week,
We'll do a poll next week.
and we'll create a forum thread, or we'll
Or
chat
that,
about
yeah,
it
yeah,
next
yeah.
week.
I
And-
feel like I think the forum thread's a good idea because I feel like more feedback other than just a voting poll is actually a pretty good idea.
Oh, not a voting poll. Yeah, I want
Yeah.
people to tell us
Yeah.
what they want, because we've been sitting and kind of going back and forth. We know we need to improve the water bottle holder. We don't want it to be like this. It's not going to be big enough for the 40 ounce. This is not
for
meant
that bottle?
It is for the 21 ounce.
Yeah.
And similar. Like it'll be a little bit adjustable. It's not like we're going to make you locked into our stupid water bottle or whatever. And it's not a stupid water, it's a good water bottle. But it's stupid to make you locked into just one. But it's
I feel
not
like if
going
you
to
like fabric cupped the bottom.
Yeah, it's a weight issue because we like the idea of it being quick and easy to pop off and not wobbling around too much. But we don't like the idea, and the big one's just too heavy. It just doesn't make sense for a bag this size.
Yeah.
Do you guys want it to accommodate more? Do you want it to be even slimmer? Basically just Steam Deck, nothing else. Yeah, just, are you interested? That's kind of where we're at. Oh no, the merch messages server has crashed. The last 400 are lost forever, but we'll be fine going forward, says Konrad.
So before I got up to man that camera, we had over 1,200.
I see.
Oh, yeah, they're gone.
Okay. Silver lining, there are still lots for us to read, but none of the curation.
Yeah.
No.
Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry, you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Well, yeah, we'll still try to find some to,
I wrote one down.
you wrote one down. Okay.
That's all I got.
That's good.
All right, we have one.
Okay. Oh,
I don't even really know what to say. That's really unfortunate, and I apologize.
okay. Shoot. Should we do a topic?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Is there any way for us to work around anything?
I doubt it, but I'm looking into it.
Okay. All right. Okay. In that case, I will do a quick topic here while we figure out if we can get anything back. Yeah, everything's just been on fire this week, you guys. We are, if it helps at all, we are trying. Right, Dan? You're going to step out for a bit? Okay. Yeah. Is this your lunch?
No, this is me going to talk to Konrad.
Oh, okay. All right. Dan's going to go talk to Konrad.
Do what you got to do.
Okay, I guess Luke's helping me host the show still then.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it great? On the one hand, you hire a bunch of people and you've got all this like overhead and stress and, you need an HR team to manage it or whatever. But on the other hand, you're all like, okay, something needs to be done. Okay, go do it. And then you can do your thing. And then we're both doing our things. And like, it's all happening in parallel.
Yeah.
Wow.
The parallelization is very interesting to witness.
Okay, the Swiss Department of Defense cites the WAN Show. I feel like I've talked a lot today. Can you
so
walk
sick.
me through this?
Yeah,
I haven't looked at
absolutely.
this yet at all. I haven't read it other than the headline.
Yeah, I like, not externally, but I definitely internally cheered when I saw this. The cybersecurity research arm of the Swiss Department of Defense has released an assessment of the cyber defense implications of large language models. The main threats outlined include use in spying, influence operations, vulnerabilities injection, control hijacking, and phishing attacks, which are all, that's an acute good observation. Information leaks both intentional and accidental, in part due to deeper web indexing, extracting sensitive information. Also, I'll add in here, potentially because, if people in the Swiss government or in Swiss defense start using these systems to aid them in their jobs and then give them information that they shouldn't, that would be bad. This type of stuff has 100% happened at a huge variety of companies already. Manipulation and dissemination of misinformation. Absolutely. This is already a huge concern for some people. And empowering unsophisticated attackers. That's like the coolest, most highbrow way of saying script kiddies ever.
I love it. Unsophisticated attackers. They need a monocle.
Yeah. In its description of the abilities and limitations of Bing Chat and GPT-4, the assessment, the alarm in the building is going to set itself. Can you undo that?
Oh, that makes sense. I'm on it. I'm on
Thank
it.
you. Yep. In its description of the abilities and limitations of Bing Chat and GPT-4, the assessment specifically cites the February 10th episode of The WAN Show titled Our Biggest Sponsor Pulled Out, where we all lost our minds about Bing for 52 minutes straight. The official text says, based on some public demos, Linus Tech Tips, in brackets 2023, I don't know, in addition to being able to perform search queries, Bing GPT seems to be capable of, and this is why I was like, okay, this is actually legit, perform image-to-text conversion, image object typed, color, logo, nature, perform basic logic reasoning to split queries, so bags of X type that will fit in trunk of Y car, and then size of bags of X type to size of car Y's trunk, perform basic knowledge reasoning, basically everything we talked about. I'm not going to go through all of it, but everything we talked about in that show, including when we had it look up bone mass and then it figured out that it was actually biomass, and how it reasoned and stuff like that. They dove through all of it. Very interesting. There's some discussion questions. Is it strange, thinking about how far the internet has come in the past 10 to 20 years, that an official government assessment can cite a YouTube video? Especially one that, to make it a little bit more at home, that you're in.
Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't surprise me, and yet it always does. You know, I think a perfect example of this is the video that we uploaded challenging YouTube to do better on HDR. I obviously, if someone asked me, I could reason my way through it, you know? Yeah, a lot of people who work for YouTube are probably technophiles. We have 14 million subscribers at the time, which in the English-speaking world is a huge percentage of the people at all, like not insignificant. And of the tech-interested people in the English-speaking world is I already know that I can't walk around on a CES show floor without being constantly stopped. And yet I will hear things like, yeah, this video is everywhere, top to bottom, and fires are being lit, right? It always surprises me when I hear it, even though cognitively I understand that...
The same thing would happen here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. But
exactly.
It's weird to think that it would also happen elsewhere.
We think of Google as nameless and faceless.
Yeah.
But it is full of people with names and with faces that are looking at us right now.
Yeah, potentially,
right?
Yeah. It's weird, but interesting. You always do want, it's not like celebrities or people in power or people at large companies or whatever it is, or people in positions of influence at large companies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not like outside of their job, they just cease to exist. Like they use products that maybe you worked on if you're in design or manufacturing or whatever. They watch things, they play games. Like you might have played Fortnite at some point with the lead designer for Fortnite. I don't know.
Yeah, you might
not have known that it was him or her or whoever, but the screen name is going to be whatever it is, and you might have played with them. Who knows? You never know who you're interacting with. You never know who's watching. Yeah, it's interesting.
Want to hear something wild? We already have almost 100 new merch messages.
Do we have any news, by the way?
On the spot.
Probably not positive news. So it looks like the logs most likely didn't save the curated status, but we're currently working through pulling the entire order history from this evening.
So not good news for you.
But good. Well, this is. Let me make a sandwich for you. Jesus. But the good news, you bastard, is we can pull the entire order history, and then I will go through and curate the 1,500 messages that we have.
Okay.
It's passwords all over again.
I actually love how the power dynamic has changed on this show, from you punching up to him punching up and up.
He's my boss now. It's my turn.
You get to have it from both sides.
Yeah, it's great. I'm down. Let's go.
He's always down for getting it from both. Sorry.
Full circle.
Who did we interview earlier? Sorry.
I can't do this anymore.
It took him a second, but he got there. We're all tired.
Hold on, I gotta.
That is that is really rough news for Dan. But I mean, I felt horrible
Yeah.
that we lost those. So sure, it's gonna be really rough. I'll try to jump in if we can somehow get those dashboarded, or the ones that are incoming now. I'll try to help.
If
whatever.
we can at least find some,
Yeah.
you know, to kind of skim through and acknowledge or whatever.
It was a very bad feeling.
Scattershot is better than no shot.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's the feeling of losing data.
Yeah.
Nobody
Sucks.
likes the feeling of losing data. It's even if it was worthless data. When I press delete, man,
On like anything.
I feel like a shadow of every time I've ever lost something real. You know, I get this anxiety and this stress, and immediately after I have this feeling like, what if it was something important? Like when I permanently delete data, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
What
like
if
it.
it like feels completely unimportant now?
What if I'll need it later?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not so much of a hoarder in regards to like stuff.
Oh, but
A little bit. Some sentimental things, but outside of that, not so much. But data, yeah.
It costs so little to keep
Yeah.
that it feels stupid to let it go.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Okay, well, if you want to take a talking break, maybe I can try to do another topic. If you want to do some incoming messages, and then we can trade off a little bit to try to save Dan some time. Do you
down.
have that data set yet? Are you chewing through it already?
We're working on that. It's a special thing.
Is that something that we have
No
any
surprise.
access to?
I don't believe.
I
so.
doubt it. I
Okay.
seriously doubt it.
Dealing
Yeah.
with Nick and Konrad.
So
right
then, game publishers refusing to sell older games, and meanwhile, Valve releases a massive Counter-Strike
Sort of.
update.
Oh, the update. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Sort of. Okay. So Nintendo is shutting down the eShops on the Wii U and the 3DS next week. By the way, did you see the video from the completionist buying everything from them?
That's in here. Yeah.
Oh,
but
is it?
Yeah,
I know, this is great. Okay. As well as sunsetting its virtual console service. Now, the only legal way to acquire retro Nintendo games will be through the Switch Online expansion pack, which is, you guessed it, a subscription service.
$50 a year.
You will own nothing and you will like it. Gerard, the completionist, then spent over $22,000. I don't know that I would actually encourage giving Nintendo money in response to their anti-consumer practices, but okay.
I do have a very weird theory on this.
Yeah.
By the way, I'll finish this off. Just I know you've talked a lot. $22,000 buying nearly 866 Wii U games and 1,357 3DS games, nearly 1.5 terabytes worth.
That was, by the way, the most polite way anyone's ever told me to shut up.
Due to limitations of the eShop, where only one game can be purchased at a time, this project took 328 days to complete. Gerard and his team will be donating the games to the Video Game History. Okay, cool. Video Game History Foundation for Preservation. What I was going to say is, I guess not now, but I bet you those systems would be worth a lot later on.
Oh.
To collector people. But donating it to Video Game History Foundation is like way cooler of a move. So I respect that a ton. I didn't even think about that as like a path, probably because I'm extremely tired, but that's super, super cool. Big respect for that. And just a very interesting project in general.
Ryuk says Microsoft-driven FUD. They do the same thing and the press help them not get hate. Game Pass, hello? It's not the same thing. You can buy those games. However, let's move into our next topic. Meanwhile, EA is delisting Battlefield 1943 and both bad companies from digital storefronts in advance of their online services shutting down in December. Current owners will still be able to play the single-player campaigns following the server closure, but this is something Luke and I have been talking about for years at this point. The multiplayer experiences of these games, which, by the way, is the game, are gone.
And I'm actually pretty sure people still play those.
Well, yeah, why wouldn't they? They're Battlefield games.
And like Battlefield kind of got a lot worse over time. So like Bad Company had a lot of destruction elements and stuff that was actually like really cool. So I know people are still really into Bad Company.
This sucks. I mean, if there was a single gamer in government, like you got to feel like they would kind of go, hey, this is a big problem. We need to actually make it illegal to sell this thing to someone based on a box, right? Like these are old enough games that they had boxes, all right? So there's this thing on the box that says multiplayer up to whatever players. You can't, why are we allowed to sell someone this even a license to this thing? I know they're not selling them the software, they're selling them a license to it. But that license has an agreed upon experience, okay? And then it just goes away later. That was not the deal.
Yeah, I think having some type of minimum agreement for how long it has to be accessible,
That's
playable.
the bare minimum.
I don't think it necessarily has to be forever. I think that's a lot to ask from companies.
No, but what it has to be is there has to be a sunset procedure.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say is once that time period ends, you should if you don't want to maintain it, it should now be maintainable by someone else. And you can set terms, and we've talked about this before, where like you have to purchase a copy of the game to be able to play it on the newly maintained system. The newly maintained system cannot be monetized, things like that. I don't care, but it should be possible for historical reasons for people to be able to set it up. What has happened with SUPCOM, Supreme Commander,
It's so cool.
We've commented on this a bunch of times on the show, is like perfect in my opinion.
Yep.
The community have set up a genuinely amazing community server, actually just genuine
Launcher.
community
Yep.
around it. There's like events that they have, there's custom maps, there's mods, there's like everything you can imagine. They have a custom launcher. It requires you to have purchased a real
The
copy
rights
of the game.
holders still get paid.
Yeah. Like it's
win-win-win.
literally great for everyone. And then that game gets to survive. Because sure, you know what? It might be 10 years down the road. There might not be that many players anymore. It might be far from profitable for you to maintain this thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know what? It's really time to sunset this. It takes a lot of our dev time, whatever. Blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
fine.
Sure, but you have to hand it off.
A small distraction in Floatplane chat says, we need more government, Linus Sebastian. No, what we need is the government to actually do its job. Its job is supposed to be acting as a protector for its citizens in a sense, right? Like if someone breaks into your house and steals your stuff, the government is supposed to do something about it, right? You're not supposed to just round up a posse and just go wandering the streets looking for the guy. What we need is for someone to step in and say, no, you may not actually sell something based on some representation of it and then change it after the fact. I would like to think that people could deal with this themselves by not supporting companies who are going to behave in this way, but clearly that ship has sailed.
Yeah.
People are going to keep buying games from EA.
Yeah.
Regulation is a good thing because otherwise it's anarchy.
There's like things you can use when manufacturing products that will like actually end us all.
Yeah. And we need someone to prevent people from doing it
Like the
because
giant-
otherwise they've shown time and time again that they will.
Yeah, like the giant holes that were forming in the ozone and stuff, which like government came in and fixed it. Are either of us the biggest fans of like over-regulation?
No.
No. Are either of us the biggest fans of like over-governance, all these other types of things? No. But certain regulations should be in place. A bunch of people are tagging me and be like, stop him, this is hot take territory. I'm like, I agree. What do you want me to do?
No, it's not. It is a good thing that asbestos isn't everywhere.
Yeah, that's great.
And that,
Super down.
that sure as heck wasn't private companies dealing with it.
Yeah.
And you might say, hey, no, they totally did because it was a liability concern. Well, guess who creates the framework of laws that give companies liability? Like we actually do
Need some of it.
need it a little bit. Otherwise, it's just it's open season for the people with money and power at the top. And yes, I'm quite wealthy. Before you have to say it. But I'm not at the top. I am a lot closer to you, the viewer, than I am to a billionaire. A lot closer.
Yeah,
Like-
there's actually like a huge difference.
Like the kind of influence that people can wield, it is unfathomable to me, even with my small army of team members here, right? Like I don't get too far into, conspiracy theories or whatever, but there's real stuff that is not conspiracy theory that has actually happened that just blows my mind. And I go, okay, so I'm sorry, like this person or this cabal of people got together and did what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I have some updates.
Yeah.
Yeah, hit me.
I now have a spreadsheet of unsorted merge messages, including a lot of garbage data that is 2,007 lines long.
Yeah, because it's just like the order.
I'm going to
export from the
go
store.
parse this, and I will have some merge messages for you. I believe Konrad is now working through the 170 that have come in since this has happened.
You should try to see if there's some unique identifier so you can get some of that garbage data out of there. I am happy to try to shift to old school stuff and start managing incomings or read. I don't care which one.
Yeah, why don't we...
You have 3 curated ones.
Oh, good.
Do you want me to read you one before I disappear?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you better go.
Can I borrow that hat?
Luke's going to do a little bit of curation while I talk about that Raja Koduri is leaving Intel to form a new company focused on developing generative AI tools for digital movie and game designers. Currently, similar tools are developed primarily with NVIDIA chips in mind, but Koduri wants to create tools that are compatible with any processor. Intel has not yet appointed another permanent head for their ARC division to replace Koduri. The discussion question here is, what does this mean for Intel and specifically the ARC division and competition among low-end graphics cards? I would like to think that kind of like the Radeon Technologies group at AMD, this is not the end at all for Intel's ARC graphics division. It's very obvious that Raja has his fingerprints all over ARC, and that a lot of the groundwork has already been laid, not just for Arc Alchemist, but also for Battle Mage and Celestial. What I'm hoping is that the team that he and the other members of the team, the other members of management there built, are going to take that foundation and run with it. I actually have a lot of hope based on the development we've seen already with Arc Alchemist, that Intel is going to be a legitimate player in the next year or 2 or 3. But yeah, I wish him all the best on his new endeavor, and good luck, Godspeed. And with that out of the way, that was really the last major topic. So why don't we start doing some merch messages?
Do you want me to read to you? Or do you want to just read yourself out of curated?
I don't know. I'm not sure what's faster. There's so many. Oh man, my laptop. Oh wow. The page is heavy. This has never been a problem before. Like I can barely interact with this page without it being laggy.
Yep.
I never thought I would say this, but you guys might be buying too much stuff from LTTStore.com. I mean, don't stop or anything. Like, we lost a day of AdSense. That
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it's a bad thing, and we launched a lot of really cool products this week.
The Floatplane subs helped a lot with that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but like, what the heck? It's taking me forever to even scroll through the incoming. Okay, I guess I'll do curated.
Yeah.
William T says, some of the privated videos that were listed as part of the channel recovery, there was a period of maybe like 3 or 4 hours, I don't know exactly how long it was, where every video that was previously private on the channel was public for a bit. And William says, some of them were pretty cool. As an American, I appreciated the Las Vegas range footage. I used to use the LTT channel as just, well, my personal channel, because it was. I didn't have a whole team of people that helped me manage it or anything like that. So I would just upload random videos to it. That one in particular, I think, was a trip with OCZ. No, this predates you. I'm pretty sure. I don't know exactly which one it was.
I know we've gone.
Yeah, I don't think we had a video of it.
I don't remember what it was for. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Yeah, if it was the Las Vegas range, it was probably my trip there with OCZ. And it was just I think it was probably unlisted before, and I just had uploaded it to share it with them so that they could check it out. But the channel was chock full. There was FS700 footage with my infant son, just like, playing like airplane game with him, because I had just bought the camera in preparation for launching the channel and was playing with it at home, not knowing how to use it because Ed hadn't shown me yet. It was kind of fun for me going back and looking through some of it. There was some stuff that I had not uploaded for privacy reasons, but the main one that was actually problematic was a detailed, like, room-by-room tour of my house. Like, you could build a Counter-Strike map with it, like that detailed.
Is it your old
But
house?
it's my old house.
Okay,
so
well, there you go.
Whatever.
Gone.
Yeah, so nothing too catastrophic. A lot of non-brand approved versions of videos.
Yeah.
There was this really funny thing that we had in our Dyson vacuum, the really controversial one, our Dyson vacuum video, where we had, we took like a picture of James Dyson and we had him like doing the South Park Canadian talking thing where his head's just split in two like Saddam Hussein. And we had him say, blow them up. Like,
What's happening?
And it was talking about how he canceled all of their development for corded vacuums, and like they didn't like it. They didn't like him, going like that. So we had to do a different version, but that was live for a little bit. Some people thought it was pretty funny. So yeah, a lot of non-brand approved things went up. Oh, all right. Anyway, it seems to be gone now. Let's go ahead and archive that, and I'll move on to the next one. Samuel, how many messages before we break the message queue? If we break the queue, will you give us more details on the magnet wire management? The only details I can really share are that we are working with an overseas mold supplier on this one, because doing the molds with the same supplier that we worked with here in Delta as for the screwdriver would have been a few things. It would have been unnecessarily expensive. It would have taken a long time because they're extremely backlogged, and it would have been needlessly good. The molds for these do need to be precise in certain ways. So the bottom, the way that the magnet retention is handled is really cool and does need to be pretty precise. But the rest of it, it's a plastic arch. It holds down cables. It's not something that you have in your hand. For some people, hours of the day, right? Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to be pretty darn good. And we are happy with the current molds that we have. So we are moving into production, and we're hoping to launch them, I think, sometime this year. But if it doesn't happen, well, hey, would anyone really be surprised? We're going to have, I think it's 4 different sizes of just arches, like the ones that I'm holding. I'm assuming that's why you asked about it, because I was fidgeting with them earlier. And then we're going to have one that's designed to hold a cable tie, so it could hold any size of cable bundle as long as you don't overpower the magnets. Pretty excited about it, and we're going to have a whole series of content where we cable manage the worst setups using our cable ties and hopefully our cables at some point. We have a really promising new cable supplier that I'm...
Oh.
Yeah, the team is really excited about.
That's cool.
We've made some tough decisions. We are not going to be supporting USB 20 gigabit, I believe. And the reason for that is that basically no manufactured cable today properly meets the full spec. It'll function, but in terms of the recommendations from USB IF or whatever the USB forum, whatever the USB group is, the actual recommended size of the eye for proper signal integrity, as far as we can tell, no cable properly meets the recommendations. And our standard is going to be that if we can't do it right, we're simply not going to make it. That may change, because Kyle pushed back pretty hard saying we can make it work very consistently. It's just not, it doesn't have the recommended eye size. So that is the amount of space between like the rising and falling signal or whatever, the 0 and the 1, essentially. You want that to be a big enough gap that a 0 can never be confused for a 1. So Kyle was pushing back saying like, it's a big eye, it's fine, but that's not really my vibe. So we'll have to we'll fight it out. We'll fight it out. But we just want our cables to be completely trusted. 0 question. It'll do what it says it's going to do. And we're just going to rate them by gigabits per second and watts rather than gen whatever or whatever nonsense.
What would be kind of cool is if you do the rating that way, you could also have like an info tab that is like, this is the things it should be capable of then.
Yes.
If that makes sense. That'd be sweet.
Chet asks, will the hydrophobicness ever wear off the hats? I don't know. Stay tuned for the more information that presumably I will be bringing to you later. It's not a treatment to the fabric. It's a special fabric, though. Okay, I thought I replied to that one. I wonder if this is like kind of broken too. Matthew says, "Hey, Linus and Luke. I guess you're. Are you available?"
Yeah.
I love the content. Have been watching since around 2012. I've been tinkering with making an RC Hot Wheels car. Okay, that would be sick. Is there any chance we'll see more RC content? Man, RC is tough. I feel like the closest RC has gotten to overlapping with our content is like drones. And there's such cool tech in the space, whether it's first-person view goggles or just like the cameras that they're packing onto drones these days. The like how lightweight drones have gotten to deal with the regulations around people flying them, but it just doesn't perform well on the main channel. And right now, drones are a distant twinkle in not even my eye, someone else's eye here in terms of a vertical that we would create a channel that focuses on or something like that. Like there's just so many more low-hanging fruits that are more in our wheelhouse. So I would see RC as even farther away than that, but I love it. I think it's super cool. I just don't see how we could build a business case around making more content for RC. I have toyed around with the idea of sicking the Creator Warehouse team on just like a tiny little RC car or boat or mouse, just because those are things that are available, like to play with cats or like for kids to play with in the bathtub or whatever, but they all suck. I would want like a good one, like a little RC mouse toy for cats that's like $100 because it's packed full of the best motors and the best radio equipment, and it's super durable. It has like an interchangeable top so that when the cat wears it out or whatever, you can just put on a new one. Like that kind of thing would be awesome.
Sorry, I'm gonna just
good servos
show this one, but Trevor W said print idea for the next batch of underwear, nude colored with a strawberry on the front, and a crack on the backside. That would actually be so funny. I think by the time they could get them out, the meme might be a little dead.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we should like actually do it, but it's funny.
It might be worth doing a printable underwear though, like underwear blanks. It's never even occurred to me. And then we could do meme underwear designs and stuff.
Yeah.
Interesting. Why did I have a spout lid? Why did I take the whole thing off? I'm not functioning, Luke. I'm not functioning.
I'm with you.
Strawberry underwear. Okay. Anywho. Andrew C. I'm watching about an hour behind, so you could have already addressed this. Are there any local concerns after the hackening on a hardware level like with Goat?
Yes. So I created this almost for myself. Yes. I immediately seized the computer, disconnected it from network, all that kind of stuff. I have it stashed away. Any storage, the motherboard, all that stuff is going to be disappeared. But like the CPU, the RAM's probably fine. I could do it a little bit more, but RAM's probably fine. The CPU, the RAM, the graphics card, which I'm pretty sure it has. I haven't looked inside it. Like there's the case, power supply. Lots of things in there will be recoverable, but anything that could be compromised is just going to be destroyed. It is what it is. Yeah.
Destroyed?
Yeah.
What are you destroying?
A motherboard. What I'm assuming is an SSD. And then that's probably it. If they're
Really?
compromised.
You have to destroy the motherboard? That's like
BIOS could be infected.
expensive motherboard.
BIOS could be infected. I haven't looked enough into what you can do about that. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't looked into it at all.
Dan?
I'm not 100% sure.
Dan?
No. Let him keep working. Let him keep working.
Can you solder a new BIOS chip?
Yeah, if you can do that, if you can flash it and it like genuinely 100% resolves it, whatever, then we can keep it. Like I still have the whole thing. I haven't done any of this.
Okay.
But at some point in time, we're going to have to deal with those things. We're definitely not retaining the SSD. That's gone. The motherboard is maybe a keep, but the SSD is definitely gone.
I hate destroying hardware.
I agree.
It hurts me.
Oh yeah. But like, yeah, there are concerns about the hardware. I haven't even like, the only thing I did was I unplugged the computer and I took it with me so that other people wouldn't plug it back in. And it's just like now that it's offline, it's not high priority. So I'll deal with it later. But I am aware that the computer is a concern.
Okay, I started doing merch messages. Oh man, we are. I feel like how our customer support team must have felt when we were so far behind at their screwdriver and backpack launch.
Konrad's even helping us in the dashboard. He's in the dashboard as well, replying to messages and stuff. And I don't know this because I've just barely been communicating with the team. I think because if we keep the load down a little bit, maybe it survives. So I think we're just trying to answer them quickly to get things like out of the system.
Daniel G, this one must have been curated by Dan because he is constantly hounding me about this. Have you ever done a behind the scenes for the WAN show and going over the equipment you use? Oh, okay, yeah. Dan has answered this one, I think, more than once, that he wants to do it, and I keep saying I don't think it's an LTT video. You know what? Is Dan in earshot? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys can remind him next show because he's not at the chair right now. Yes, it's greenlit as a Floatplane exclusive. He can do a little tour of his battle station back there, and maybe he can explain in more detail how he plans to do that job remotely. Because there's sliders and there's dials and there's keypads. I don't really understand how he's going to be doing that. Oh, this is a fun one. Chris C says, I know you mentioned about trying to find a way to raise capital. Have you ever thought about doing something like Hacksmith, where they sell memorabilia from the video creation process? Oh, okay. I thought I was going to have more to contribute to this than I ended up having. I actually suggested to James back when he was approaching 10 million subscribers that he do like a memorabilia that he make part of the event talking about some of the early days of Hacksmith and how he was funding it by going to the dollar store and buying little tiny cutting boards and laser engraving them with like cool graphics and slogans. He still had some of them kicking around, and I asked for one because I was like, this is such a cool little piece of Hacksmith history, because he could sell them for like $20-30 on Etsy. And it was like a Game of Thrones like dragon looking thing and said dinner is coming on this like cute little cutting board. And I was like, man, you should tell that story about the early days.
Yeah,
and you should do like a drop of little cutting boards, because there was still time. I think he was at like 9 million something. I don't think he ended up doing it, but that's what I thought you were asking about, like doing kind of commemorative stuff like that. But no, I think they actually do sell some of the stuff they create, and I think that's what you're talking about. We've done some blind auctions at LTX for like BC Children's Hospital, and I think we've worked with Extra Life on auctioning off because I'm like, we did the bomb PC for example. Yeah,
there's a couple other things as well.
We have some stuff that we have queued up for LTX this year, but we've never, aside from garage sales where we were just selling stuff to get rid of it, to get it out of our hair, that we had used in videos, but we weren't really emphasizing that. I don't think we've ever really done it. No. Kyle asks, will you implement where you can only log into accounts from the company network, add workplace plugins scanning employee inboxes for phishing emails and malicious attachments, etc.? I think that's a better question for our new CTO, Mr. Luke Lafreniere.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff, like pretty much everything you said and more, has been roadmapped. We're dealing with
a lot of it was roadmapped already, just as part of like onboarding and figuring out where the heck things were at. But
yeah,
it takes time.
It takes a lot of time, and we're dealing with this migration off of LastPass for relatively obvious reasons, if you've been paying attention to the space at all for a while now. And that was like many thousands of passwords, like many. And that was what a lot of people immediately freaked out and were worried about, caused the recent like break-in, but it was actually completely unrelated. It had nothing to do with that. So that was our focus first, was like, hey, there was this massive breach at LastPass. We should figure this out immediately. So we aren't even technically 100% done that. There's still a lot of growing pains to do with that migration, and then this happened. But yeah, like these are all things we thought of. Like one of the small unfortunate artifacts of this situation was the antivirus solution that we have actually did flag it, but it wasn't set to as aggressive of a level as it could have been, because we didn't previously, and even now, I mean, the team hasn't grown yet. I'm still working on hiring an infrastructure person. We didn't have the like bandwidth to, not as in internet bandwidth, as in like time, to be able to address the level of false positives that would have been coming through. Because it was a lot of false positives, which is like fine. It's a more aggressive level, but that level would have stopped this because it did detect it. The antivirus solution we have detected it, but it was like, this doesn't match a signature for something that we've seen before, but this thing is sketchy and it looks very similar. And it sent a warning. It sent a warning to the user and it sent a warning through email. But systems weren't, just everything's kind of in a weird limbo place right now. So it slipped through.
Can I just say, shout out Konrad and the Floatplane team for only losing messages sometimes. Going over to my screen here.
Oh.
You know how I said this was fixed now, it seemed? It's not. Here's a €100 super chat.
Whoa.
That is not in the archive. So when this expires from here, it will be gone.
Oh,
also,
geez.
I doubt that this is the number of super chats today because it's been quite a long stream. It's still fucking broken.
This is the only time ever. It's been a perfect track record up until this point.
What?
For merch messages.
Oh, I thought you meant for super chats.
Not for that.
Because I was going to say, what are you talking about? That's
every
why we
stream.
developed merch messages, because super chats were broken.
Yeah.
I've had people accuse me of like making that up or something. I don't know. Anyway, thanks, Megaleg. No, it's actually broken. I don't know how it's even possible. So yeah, all right. One time, merch messages falls apart. We're sorry, but dang it, I'm giving the team a pass on this one because it's more reliable than Google's product.
Yeah, and like Dan's resolving it right now. We didn't lose the data. It just became a lot more complicated and difficult and tedious to parse through. And we're already back online in the normal way, so that's working. So like, yeah, I don't know. Things are going to go wrong. That's another thing that like, if I remember correctly, you did address well in your video, but like with the hack that happened to us, like things are going to go wrong. Yeah. We 100% could have had better stuff in place.
On average, I get hacked once every 5 years.
So bad. We'll make that better. I've even like talked to Wendell about it already, and he shared the same opinion. Like you can do as much as you want policy wise. We can do as much as we want education wise, and we should and we will. And that was another thing that was roadmapped already, but like we just haven't been able to get to it.
But we're not going to claim that anything is ever unexploitable.
No, yeah, there will always be holes, and there's the whole Swiss cheese approach thing that we mentioned when we were talking about Goat's video on Tarkov, where like with security, you want to just have a lot of layers because each layer is going to have some amount of holes. So you try to have as many as you can that hopefully something can't get through, but something could get through at pretty much any time. But we need to be, man, what did he call it? It's a phrase, I've heard it a bunch of times before, but my brain is not working.
We need to be hard.
Effectively that, yeah.
Hardened.
What is it called? It's like not...
Well, I have a little thing I need to talk to some of our Floatplane team about here real quick. First of all, Konrad says, lose messages. What are you talking about?
Anti-fragile.
We got them back, sort of.
Yeah, sort of.
You're right.
Yeah,
You're right, Konrad.
sort of.
That I should have been more fair to you. Also, Jaden, two things. Number one, why are you still working? And number two, what is this feature you're testing?
What is it?
Hold on a second. Let me just bring this up.
My eyes are bad. I couldn't see that.
Okay. What is this? What is
moderation bot?
Hey, moderation bot. Whenever I open the live page, the app crashes. Moderation bot. Hi, Jaden. There is currently an update available that fixes the live stream crashing issue. Please try to update to the latest version. Are you experimenting with features live in the chat while we are in a crisis here, Jaden? Also, go to bed. It's late.
Defense and death. No, anti-fragile. I always liked the term anti-fragile, and Wendell mentioned it when he was talking to me about like
I think the whole world could stand to be a little less or a little more anti-fragile.
Yeah,
but that's a whole separate conversation.
Yeah. So like that's something that needs to happen. Is not the user's fault.
AJ and Jonathan piping up. We're still working too. Okay, no, for real though, guys.
Go, boys. The official response is something, whatever he's going to say.
Please log your hours correctly.
Yeah, there you go. I messaged AJ earlier.
You're supposed to pre-approve OT.
Oh, well, you got him. I did message AJ earlier because I didn't, at that point in time, it was only contractors and AJ working.
Okay.
And contractors, I don't think I actually even can, let alone have to. And I knew AJ was working, so I told him, like, make sure you claim your OT, blah, 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 blah. Now there's other people, including Dan and Konrad, that are working. So, yeah, sounds good.
Just everyone log your hours correctly. That's all I have to say about that. You know, HR and accounting know all the details of how you're supposed to be logging your hours.
I massively enjoy working with people who will rise to the challenge and get stuff done. You should also be paid for it. So yeah.
Okay.
Golden?
Dan came back with a laptop.
How did you do that fast?
He read them apparently. Okay.
He put the hydrophobic hat on, and somehow that just dialed them in.
Okay.
Wow.
We are not going to be able to get through all of these regardless, Dan. And I don't want you to feel like it was wasted effort, you know, finding the ones. But we will not address them all. I don't think it's possible. Since the problem, we've had 270.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to address it. He can't address any of those in a show on screen or text reply status.
Yeah.
But he can curate ones out of there, and we can keep working on this.
Okay.
If you want to keep going through curated, I'll keep doing what I was doing.
Oh my goodness.
We can swap,
whatever.
done and have been curated.
Okay, do you want to hit us with some merch messages then?
Sure.
Let's do it.
Unfortunately, I can't see the name, so
Sure.
you just get your message.
All right.
Okay, first one is, what training will you be implementing to prevent further intrusion?
Oh, yeah. So we sort of talked about this earlier. There will be training/education stuff that is coming in, but our main goal is to make our systems and our approaches and our processes and stuff like that as anti-fragile as possible, because you can do as much training as you want, but it's not going to completely solve the problem.
I definitely want the thing where we try to fish our own employees, and then anyone who clicks on something.
Yeah, it's totally a goal.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I've had a bunch of people reach out being like, oh, I can do pen testing on your organization. It's like, great. We might be interested in that at some point.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to do our own version of that.
We have some very low-hanging fruit to pick
But we know
first.
what we need to work on for the next little bit.
Yeah, okay.
For sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
Next up, Luke, we haven't had a meet the team from you yet. So what is something you hate for no good reason other than you just hate it? Don't say Linus.
Do you have a meet the team? Like, do hosts normally have a meet the team?
Yeah, I mean,
feel like people
James
have
has
met
done
me
it.
a lot.
Yeah, we've done hosts before.
Okay. What do I hate for no
Yeah,
good
what do you
reason?
hate for no good reason.
I feel like I have reasons for things that I hate. Maybe they're not good ones, but I feel like I have them.
I hate dead things.
Dead things.
Yeah, I have like necrophobia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, anything dead. Like I'm more afraid of a dead spider than a live one. Like I don't like it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I have.
Like whenever I watch scenes in movies where like, you know, Iron Man dies or whatever, and then like Gwyneth Paltrow leans down and kisses him. Spoiler alert, Iron Man dies. Okay, it's late.
Okay, we are supposed to spoiler alert things, but also if you don't know that,
It's fine. The point
you
is,
probably weren't gonna watch.
so
it
he's like
anyways.
dead, and she like leans in and, you know, like kisses him one last time, and I'm just like, like I can feel my bile rising. Like, and it's one of those things I've thought about, you know, 'cause, like, I don't know, maybe this isn't normal, but like I'll have like nightmares sometimes that like Yvonne dies in her sleep, and like I wake up next to her, and like the only thing I can think of is like, oh, like getting away as fast as possible. Like I wouldn't be like like clutching and sobbing. I don't think.
That's interesting.
I've never gone through it, but I do not.
I mentioned
dead things
earlier in the show about how we have tons of like freakishly similar things. That's not one of them.
Okay. Yeah. So you're into dead things.
I'm not into it, but like
Right.
I was there when my grandfather passed away.
Right. Okay.
And he was freakishly strong. I don't know how much I told you about this, but the nurses were very impressed because we found he couldn't talk near the end, but he found a way to communicate through just like strengthening things. So you like hold his hands, and he would like move you in a certain way for yes, and he'd move you in a certain way for no.
Right.
And he was really strong, so he could like actually give you like quite a push. So there was one time I made some comment about, and he could see. So I made some comment about how I needed a haircut, and he just like almost tossed me, which was hilarious. But like, I was holding his hand,
Right.
and I was okay. Like obviously I was sad, but like I didn't get any visceral reaction.
Think of it with my
don't know
Opa.
if
I
visceral's the right
was
word. I'm
with my
tired.
Opa. I was there too, and in the very like moment, I was okay, but I didn't want to go near him after, for sure.
I helped the morgue guy carry him out. That was a proud moment for me, to be honest.
Okay.
It felt, I don't know if this is going to be interpreted the right way, but it felt good. I was happy to do it.
Right.
I felt like I was doing my grandpa a favor.
Some
The morgue
closure,
guy
I
was like,
guess.
I can do it myself more or less, but I was like, it feels right
Yeah.
to
okay.
help. I don't know, whatever.
I don't think I could have done
Things
it, to be
get
honest
weird.
with you, man. I don't. Yeah.
I didn't expect, like I'm not saying anything about that. It just felt appropriate for me to do that. I don't know why.
I wasn't needed. Maybe I'd have felt differently if I'd.
I
if
also
there'd-
wasn't needed in that moment. That
Well,
dude
yeah,
had
but
had a hand on it, but
Oh, okay.
he had like a whole method for everything and stuff. He was on it, but I just felt like I should help.
Okay.
I don't know. Anyways, on to more positive topics.
Yeah, sure, we could do that.
Oh, I didn't answer the question. I don't know. I feel like things that I hate, I usually have a reason for. Can you think of anything?
That I hate for. Well, I mean, the dead
No,
things.
for me.
Oh, for you. Oh, something you hate for no reason. I don't know if you like hate much.
Don't think so.
Ah.
I can think of like some things that I'm against, but I can't think of for no reason. I don't think I'm just like irrationally against anything too much.
Yeah, I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. Moving on. Sorry.
Well, you'll probably like this one then. Hi, Linus. Hi, Luke. Greetings from a new Floatplane subscriber.
Hey.
Questions from Luke.
There's a few of you.
Questions for Luke. How challenging was it to scale up Floatplane given the sudden influx of so many new subscribers?
That part's actually not that big of a deal. The infrastructure / DevOps team is really good, has been doing a great job. The problems that we've been having, the things that people have been seeing going on, are more related to some somewhat problematic recent updates that we've had, which is fairly normal, and just extremely unfortunate timing. So, yeah, I don't know. It is what it is.
Alright.
We knew this stuff like might happen, but that's just like kind of part of doing this. I don't know. We're not like an absolutely insanely enormous team. We got to do what we can. So things did happen. They just unfortunately happened right now. But we'll recover. We've already recovered a ton. Like they're literally working on it right now. There have been significant improvements that have happened during the show. A video was launched during this show. Do you know about that?
Yes.
There was a MAC address published
Yes.
during the show.
I mean, I did kind of ask you about that. Like, are you letting people know that there's a problem with notifications? And you're like, nope. I was like, okay.
Well, like what? How are we gonna?
I mean, you could have posted in general in Teams.
No, I know.
Oh, okay.
But like, we're just gonna queue up like an insane amount later. They're not gonna get things at the same time as YouTube. That makes them unhappy. That makes the Floatplane people very unhappy.
Yeah, we know that.
We know that.
We don't do it on purpose.
Yeah, it's usually like,
Like this WAN Show archive will be later.
oh yeah,
It just takes a long time to process because we don't have hundreds of
We have
millions of
Google
dollars
servers.
worth of servers. Yeah.
doing it ourselves. So it takes a minute, and then that problem exacerbates as the WAN show just keeps getting longer and longer. So yeah, it is what it is.
Oops. I accidentally just clicked show on one that I intended to reply to. If there was a sport that I could pick up today as an adult, a team sport, it would be roller hockey.
Oh.
I think I would get absolutely annihilated because I'm not very big, but I just love rollerblading, and I've always loved hockey, even though I suck. But this was aspirational, okay? It wasn't what sport are you going to start playing tomorrow. So that's what I chose.
Yeah.
Okay, up next. How many
sport for me?
Yeah,
Oh.
a team sport, a new team sport that you could pick up today. What would you choose?
A problem with this is a lot of the things that I would want to do would be very body breaking, and I already have enough of those problems. So, Define pick up. What level of good are we? You're just gonna have to choose this. They're obviously not gonna be able to respond.
What level of good are we?
Yeah, like are like by pick up? Do they mean like can I like play at a competitive level?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay, so probably badminton
Really? Oh, okay.
because
Yeah.
I'd have people that I would want to play with at that point.
It's fun.
Yeah,
It's really
That's-
fun.
I enjoy it. There's people that I would want to play with, which adds a social aspect to it, which is very cool.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other sports that I could put in there.
The social side is what incentivizes me to do it at all. That's what helps
Yeah.
me stay in shape.
Yeah.
It's like if I don't go, I'm letting down my friends because I'm not paying my portion of the rental fee tonight and everyone has to pay more.
Yeah.
So even if I kind of don't feel like it, I go, which and because I know everyone and I want to beat them, I go hard.
Yeah.
And so it's just a really different level from just trying to motivate myself to just do push-ups or something.
Yeah. If I didn't have social connections, which would benefit badminton, I'd probably say actually either roller hockey or
Rollerball. I like that too.
or
I think it's called skee ball, and it's not really a team sport.
the funny part is ball had nothing to do with what I was even going to say. That just came out of nowhere because I wasn't going to say ball hockey.
Curling.
I was going to say ice hockey.
Oh, okay.
Curling, I
Doesn't count as
play-
pickup because
Yeah, I play once a year. My dad's also my dad's going to either, I don't remember if it's provincials or nationals, but he's going to one of them. They have custom jackets on and everything. He has his name on a custom jacket. He's sponsored by some company. He's crazy. He's really good. It's actually nuts. We often so we play in this thing called the novice bonspiel. Bonspiel for curling is effectively tournament, and we play in the novice bonspiel because my brother, my uncle, and I don't actually play. We just play once a year at this novice tournament, and then my dad plays. But my dad leads our team, and how it's set up is there's a certain amount of years combined across all the members of your team. How many years have they played curling? How many years have they curled? Yeah, that's
Sure.
the way to say it. So I think they started adding like to myself, my brother, and my uncle, because they're like, eventually you guys have to stop doing this because we win all the time. And so the amount of years that they've started making us take on, despite us never actually playing for any amount of years. And then with the years that my dad is just naturally gaining, we're going to be pushed out of that tournament eventually, which kind of sucks. But we just win like all the time. And we relatively often win because my dad is the last person to curl, and he'll just like sink one and it'll be brutal. Like they're going to score like 6 points. And then on his, like the last throw that we have ever, it'll just be like, whoop, we win. It's just so ridiculous. It's crazy. Oh man. There was one year where there's 3 different ways that you can receive money. There's how you place in the tournament. So if you like win, you make some money. There's something called the Blind Calcutta, I believe is what it's called. I don't know what that necessarily means, but if you enter the Blind Calcutta, you pay into it, and then you get a random team assigned to you. And if that team wins, you make money. And then there's a thing called Cool Shots, which is like shuffleboard, but they're curling rocks, and it's you're curling. It's just like on a board. And one year we got ourselves in the Blind Calcutta. We won the tournament. So we won the Blind Calcutta, we won the tournament, and we won Cool Shots. We won everything.
Yeah, I'd be a little resentful if I was, someone else who thought I was, pretty hot shit at curling, and like just this like family team comes in. I'd be like, they probably practice like every night together.
The funniest part is
they probably have their own curling rink.
We don't even like show up the night before or the day before to like do a couple slides or anything. Our first slide of every tournament is like an actual tournament slide. Like it's
That's
just
stupid. Show off.
It's so funny. Anyways, we're all like very competitive, so we're super into this whole thing. It's great. Anyways, more merch messages.
All right. How many shirts do we have to buy to get more Dan Butt streams? Loved it today.
Oh, Dan Butt. That's not how I interpreted that. See, if you'd said Besser Butt or Dan Sarah, I might have known what you were talking about. But Dan Butt is an entirely different thing.
I was wondering if you like picked something up in the back of the stream or something and flashed some butt.
Yeah.
No, I popped in a few times to calm anxieties.
Yeah, I've seen a few people asking for that. I mean, my feedback is like, oh, guys, everyone here is cool. But we can't have everyone on camera constantly because we actually have stuff to do.
You got stuff to do, yeah.
So, I mean, the idea of Sarah doing design streams like that is not a new one. She's done them before. And we'd love to do them, but it can't be all the time because it's not as, productive for her. And it means people can't come in and talk to her about confidential stuff and whatever else. So it's not something we can do all the time. But I don't see it as being an impossibility.
Okay, next up. Linus, did you experience any residual anxiety reviewing your security footage? Also, would you say that the anxiety you were experiencing during the hackening affected your ability to handle the situation?
Yeah, definitely affected my ability to handle the situation. Not as much as being sleep deprived and just generally being a bit of a scatterbrain, though.
The sleep deprivation was the thing. I think I was actually at an advantage because I hadn't fully fallen asleep yet.
Right.
I was in bed, but I hadn't fully fallen asleep.
I was full REM.
So my brain was fully, I was up and ready, basically. I was like mildly tired because I hadn't slept yet, but that's all.
Okay, up next. What do you weigh heavier for LTT outage? WANEC data loss or LTT being hacked?
The data loss was more anxiety inducing for me. Actually, no, hold on. Well, that's only partially true. If you ask LTT being hijacked, well, there were 3 separate incidents of that. And the first one was devastating because in the first one, it wasn't common and there was no resources available.
Yeah.
I had never been through it before. I thought everything was gone forever.
Yeah,
I was inconsolable. The second and third times, I've known that there's probably some recourse. Probably we have way better contacts at Google, YouTube now. Like it's a different beast now. I mean, we were talking earlier about how it happens regularly at this point, which isn't a good thing, but it is a reassuring thing, I guess. So that's not even close to the second most anxious I ever was, which is when we had that major data loss on the WANEC server. That raid failure.
Okay, next up. Subscribed to Floatplane in January, and today sealed a long-term customer. Sorry, we all hugged Floatplane too hard this evening. Has the latest uptick in subs changed plans for future infrastructure expansions?
Infrastructure expansions?
Shoot, I just replied to the wrong merch message. Whoever I replied lol no to, the merch message that was supposed to be was, do you have any plans to do a review of the EK water block for Intel Arc graphics cards?
Oh, I replied to that too, that's why.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, we're having some too many cooks problems. Actually, there's only 12 incoming merch messages. We should probably relax and get that down to 1 person.
Okay. What's the question I'm supposed to be answering right now, Dan?
Are you going to make the servers bigger?
Infrastructure response. Are there any new plans? As far as I know, no. Again, it's obviously there is some of that. Mostly what it is there are issues that were uncovered with some of our recent updates, and they were made much more obvious by the increase in users. One of the issues right now that we are dealing with, maybe have dealt with it was, I don't 100% know what's going on. I've been trying to pay attention, but there's been changes during the show, so they might have already solved this. But there was an issue with notifications where it would like crush the service when a notification went out. It only crushed the service for Linus Tech Tips, because we have so many people that the notifications go to. Is our notification service, like, do we need to scale up servers to handle that? No, there was a bug. Like we can handle this much traffic.
Can we
We're okay.
dynamically scale up infrastructure at this point?
Some things yes, some things no.
Okay, cool.
But like it like actually should be fine. We should be able to absorb this for sure. It's just certain bugs have been exaggerated due to the increase of users, which have made things a little bit worse. But that is going to be resolved through fixing bugs, which is something you just always need to do. So it's fairly normal operations, just again, unfortunate timing. Floatplane is legitimately, genuinely quite solid. So it is what it is. We will move on. We will be okay.
Okay, last I've got my list here. I've seen a shorter version of the screwdriver. Any estimated time of arrival on what will be this year, or is it still unknown when it will be released? When's the stubby coming, Linus?
My stubby's here right now. Sorry. We are aiming for mid this year. In our perfect magical world, Nick and Kyle are probably going to kill me for saying this. In our perfect magical world, you will be able to buy one at LTX.
Oh, what? Okay. Yeah. Don't
Don't
plan on
say that
that
on stream.
I'm not committing to that, though. And they are especially...
I'm hyperventilating for Kyle right now.
Yeah, they are especially not committing to that. We would love to hit... Oh, Kyle says soon in the chat. There, that's the official answer.
Cool. Perfect. Good.
I didn't know Kyle was still watching.
Everyone is. Okay, this next immerse message is from Kyle. Different Kyle.
Okay.
Will you implement where you can only log into accounts from the company network and workplace plugins scanning employee?
I think we already talked about this.
This is slightly different.
Somebody didn't archive it?
We talked about something similar. We can move on.
Yeah, it's effectively the same.
We've got a lot of stuff to get through. If it's similar, we're going.
Yeah.
We're pushing.
Yeah.
Alberto, can you guys get Dan a picture-in-picture window and a decent background instead of a door? I think it suits me, don't you?
Are you reading...
I'm on your curated messages now. Messages.
Wait, you're done your sheet?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. Okay.
Did you want more?
I'm just kind of sad because I felt like here, hold on, I'll put you back up here. I felt like we were heading towards uncharted territory. I don't think the WAN show has ever made its way to Saturday before.
What time is it? Oh, wow.
Don't look at the time.
Is that a new goal? We're going to go to Saturday?
Well,
We're going to Saturday.
I'm not saying it's a goal. I'm just saying that if there were more merch messages curated, then it might happen.
You read all of them? Were you a little too aggressive with the curation filtering?
I'm not sure. A lot of them were like responses to merch or like stuff that you had already talked about. Like a lot of people were curious who edited Linus's junk out of the video. Right? And a massive outcry were people wishing us the best through this and support
Very cool.
and love.
Thank you very much.
It really
mostly
does help.
Linus's junk. Sorry, I ruined a good moment.
You really did.
Your junk just made a bunch of money.
Hey, it ain't the first time.
Wonk. So a lot of support.
Oh, man.
A lot of support, which was really nice. I can have another fine-tooth comb, but I think when we had that lost, I think I had about 6 to 10 in curated and like another 6 to 10 because I wasn't able to like do them because I had 100 in the queue and I wasn't able to show them, and the backlog was 400 and everything just fell apart. So, am I gonna get a decent background?
No. Well, there's a door there.
It's an emergency exit, so we can't even block.
You can't block
do
a fire
anything.
exit.
Yeah. Here,
It literally said,
Dan, do you want to? Oh wait, we can't see it because it's like a
the
reflective sticker. Can you grab your camera and get a little closer to it or something? Make it so we can read it. Put a little shade over it.
Yeah,
it's
fire door.
It's a fire door. Like we can't really change anything about his setup. Thanks, Dan. That's helping a
not
lot.
gonna work. It's like straight on.
Yeah, you know what? Forget it.
You gotta move the
Forget
camera.
it. No, you're
Oh,
done. You're out. No,
Opportunity lost.
Fire door, keep closed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for reading that for us. I mean, that is kind of his job, is to read things for us. I guess. So,
Other
good
things
job.
as well.
I'm putting this on your quarterly review.
Sometimes he changes.
Read good too, and do other stuff.
Grammar good, excellent.
He also
very.
needs to type good.
Yeah, type good is good.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't spell though.
That's okay. I don't think it matters.
That makes the passwords better.
All right, here's with another. No. Have you ever locked yourself out of an account that you just created, or like a Windows install you just created, by typoing a password exactly the same way twice?
Yeah. I've definitely done that. It's such a frustrating experience.
And then you sit there and you kind of go, maybe if I could typo it the same way a third time, I could get it and change it.
Yep. That's totally a thing.
No. Okay.
Okay, next up is from Matthew. Luke, what's your opinion on kids using ChatGPT in school for classes like English? I know I've used it to only help with research and outlining, but other kids use it to write full essays.
It's a weird one. I thought this would be for maybe both of us instead of just me, because you actually have children. I mostly subscribe to the calculator argument. And what I mean by the calculator argument is when like we were in school,
Yeah.
I'm sure you had the same conversations.
Calculators away.
A lot of the teachers would make you put your calculators away and the argument would be like, oh, you won't have one on you all the time. How did that work out? So now with ChatGPT, it's like, well, okay, these types of tools are very obviously going to stay around.
However, is there something to be said for having life skills
The
like
ability.
being able, like I can drive my car without navigation, but I have heard from young people and people who know young people that they actually key in even places they go regularly every time they go
Oh, I do sometimes just for traffic
and
data.
do not know how to get there without it.
Oh.
So when your internet is out, is it useful to just have some basic skills?
Yeah, well, like I think one of the big directions that things are going in, and I'm just like choosing to see this more optimistically, but I think one of the big directions that people are going in is like a partnership thing, right? Like Microsoft's calling it Copilot.
Yeah.
Like the idea is that you're working on things together.
You are a cyborg.
And like a lot of the demos by Microsoft, and I actually respected this a lot, is they were just constantly showing people getting outputs from whatever Copilot thing it was in, Excel, Word, whatever, and then it was immediately showing people editing them. One of the biggest points in the video, they get it to write out a thing in Word, and then it shows the person select a big chunk of it and just click delete and get rid of it. And it like makes a point of being like, look, they just changed it. Because they're pushing like you need to edit these things, you need to work with it and stuff like that. So potentially using, even just having like a section of your class, part of your course being like, okay, we're going to intentionally use these new tools, but you have to have some amount of ownership over its output.
Yeah.
You need to edit it. You need to improve it. You need to guide it, those different types of things. You have to be a part of this process, because if you're not, then you're bringing no value.
Which is dangerous.
Yeah. So learn how to. Yes, you still need to learn the base skill.
But
Because you
then
need
if
to contribute.
kids are using it, are they learning the base skill?
Yeah, it's a complicated question. That's why I said part of the class, though. Like you could. Having the challenge being original creation
Yeah.
versus edited or guided creation is interesting to me. Having both of them, like learning how in a calculator-filled world, knowing how to do mental math is still beneficial.
Oh, for sure.
And knowing how to see a result that comes out of a calculator and go, ooh, that's wrong,
Yeah, where did I screw up the
is
formula?
good.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, maybe if it's within a very small margin, you might not notice, but knowing some mental math, knowing how to estimate answers is going to lead you to realize, oh, I forgot a bracket, or something weird happened in my input. I didn't press plus one of those times. I was trying to plus 20 things together. So one number was one really long number and it gave me totally the wrong result. Like, being able to figure that out is really beneficial. So somehow finding a way to teach that would be good. I don't know. It's really complicated.
I need to try to use these tools more. Like, something that could have been pretty interesting would be to, you know, I could even do it because we often save versioned scripts. So if I took the version that Jake brought me, which had all my notes and then all his sort of expansion on the notes that I had left, and I just plunked that into ChatGPT, like, hey, can you clean this up and turn it into a 15-minute video script?
Definitely get 4 if you're going to do that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But I would like to see how close it gets, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe, you know what would be kind of cool? This would be a fun Floatplane exclusive. Doing a like a pre-script review, like a notes, from notes, okay? I go into a script review, or I script a video based on notes or something like that, and then I feed it into GPT-4.
And you host both of them?
And I host both of them and see if people could guess which one was which.
I think they'll be able to get it just because I think the way that you write for yourself is going to be unique, but it would still be very interesting.
But I could also tell it I want it in the style of Linus Tech Tips. And it's going to have an enormous body of data. I mean, would it even, I don't even know if it could sift through it.
It has a little bit of a signature, in my opinion.
Okay.
But, and like that's part of, you know, those tools that try to detect AI written things. They're trying to.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So I still think it's super interesting, but yeah.
I know you do. Here's a merch message that I curated. Every week, there's more to talk about with ChatGPT and other machine learning and AI stuff. I'd love to see a regular podcast with Luke and maybe guests talking about this rather than having Linus keep cutting it off.
I don't know how many podcasts we need. I also think some of the cutting off, I think, has maybe been a little too aggressive, but I think some of the cutting off has also been good. Like, I don't want this show to become the AI podcast show.
Yes. That's why.
And I don't want us to talk about everything. The reason why I pushed it last week was just those were actually insane, massive, huge moves. And then this week, I wish I had more information on it because it might have been an interesting topic, but I haven't used any of the plugins. And I've literally just seen like article headlines. I've had no time.
The big thing...
It's been like, I'm just full transparency, going to the washroom, flipping through Google News. That's like all I have.
I'm really interested in it too, actually. But what I'm doing is I'm monitoring the audience and I'm being a voice for the people who are
not interested,
maybe not as interested, and feel like we should probably move on and talk about something else.
Which is fair and fine.
I'm trying to help guide the show more than I'm trying to shut him up about AI, because we talk about it on our personal time.
Yeah.
We don't even only talk about it on this show.
That's true.
And I don't tell him to stop talking about it when we're chatting about it.
Yeah. Yeah. So like I get it. It's fine. Yeah. I don't, there's so many little things happening in the space too, where like if none of the big things were happening, maybe those things would be worth talking about all the time.
Yeah.
But because they're like,
it's constant.
Man, the plugin of Wolfram Alpha into ChatGPT is like, holy cow, that's actually crazy. Because one of its biggest flaws for a long time has been mathematical things. So solving that is like, and solving that in just like, oh, we're done, is crazy. Like the jumps have just been wild. So when there's been these huge things, like literally to be able to report on all the stuff happening in the AI space, you would need a channel releasing videos every single day. And I know that because there are some already. Like, it's actually just wild. Really, really wild. So, I don't know. I appreciate the comments, though. I've seen a bunch of people cheering me on in that regard, and I like that.
I don't know the answer to this. Ryan says, as an OG Floatplane sub, I would be happy to upgrade past my...
You keep your status. I think I know where the question's going.
Oh, okay. So you keep your OG
We know
tag.
that you were an OG subscriber, and we're not going to take that away.
Oh. Now, if they upgrade, can they later go, you know what, I really can't afford like $10 for 4K? I can... Oh, so you can always go back to 3...
We're not trying to like... Yeah. I mean,
is that something you and I have talked about? Or?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, so if you're OG forever.
Someone mentioned something in maybe this should be offline.
I don't know, like at this point, right? Like,
Somebody mentioned something in Floatplane today saying that if OG members on the OG tier upgrade, maybe they should get like an emote.
oh,
And I thought it would be really funny if we had like a Floatplane blue money bag emote.
so what? We're going full like gacha. We're going full like.
I don't think it should be
whales.
much. I don't know if we should do it at all.
We've got
for
money
one.
bag emotes.
I don't know if we should do it at all. And if we do it, it shouldn't be like much. It shouldn't be that different.
I'm down for one emote.
That's why, like, and I don't.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
We'll see if people are strong objectors. We'll hear that. We're both tired right now, but like,
It was hilarious
Yeah.
how many people thought we were serious about paywalling dark mode on the site behind like an even higher $25 a month tier.
We were joking.
We were joking.
The reason why we were laughing about it was because it was funny.
Not because we're maniacs,
Yeah.
like evil people.
Making money is good. That means we can expand teams, we can grow, we can do cool things, we can accomplish
Build a better
cool stuff,
service.
But we don't need to be like just holes about it. Like we don't have to do douchey things. We have a design for dark mode and it looks sick. We are not in a state to release it this second. There's also a bunch of just like browser plugins that can bring dark mode to Floatplane for you very effectively and very easily. So there's that option as well. We'll get to it when we get to it. And when we do get to it, everyone will have it.
Speaking of evil, though, we do have some NFT plans that we're going to be coming out with in the near future, and I think you guys are going to be really excited about them.
Some people have expressed concern about the creation of NFTs, but then I was talking to you and you said there might be some way that's more like eco-friendly to make them now.
Yeah, my
whatever.
understanding is there's a non-power sucky way to do it.
We'll like make just for the people that are inevitably just freaked out when they heard that, we'll make sure that if we're going to do it, it's in like a it's fine kind of way. And we want to be extremely clear that we're doing it for a joke.
Oh, hold on a second. We will take that conversation offline.
Oh. You want to make actual NFTs for like actual reasons?
Well, hold on. Here, can I just hold on?
No, I know what you're going to type.
Okay,
I'm trying to.
no.
Oh boy.
Hold on.
I think AJ just sent me a message. This
Hold
is
on,
moving
look,
way.
look,
Oh no,
look,
hold
look,
on, wait. I will read that. Just 1 second. AJ sent me a message. This is moving way too fast. OpenAI has just announced a new set of plugins for uploading and processing video clips.
Oh, shut up.
And just like that, they made many systems as a service obsolete. Crazy processing. They'll be able to like edit them and stuff. It's actually going to be nuts. No, I know. I'm trying to like make it less clear what we're doing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So
We're usually
just
actually like
you know what?
extremely good at that.
Yeah,
We're both just really tired. It'll actually be like fine and cool.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
You'll like it.
Yeah.
You will like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's actually fine. I know that might seem far.
Okay. I totally misunderstood you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Whale coin. Yes.
We should. I don't even want to joke about this stuff because people are going to think it's serious. We could make a thing called like a float buck.
A float buck.
And if you upgrade
and it's tethered to $1.
If you upgrade past the OG tier, you like get the difference in float bucks every month, but then you can use float bucks on literally nothing.
You just invented cryptocurrency.
And they're not tradable. They're just
my God, they're not even tradable. You just have them.
It's just a number that goes up
You
for
just
no
have
reason.
the biggest dragon horde. So it's like a voluntary extra amount you can pay on top of your subscription, and it just is a number next to your username.
Okay,
You
it's
literally
fun.
just buy EPeen.
It's entertaining to think about these like horrible, evil systems. It doesn't mean we're gonna do it.
That one's
Don't worry
actually a
about it.
pretty good idea.
That one's funny.
It's hilarious. So it's like post count on a forum. It means absolutely nothing. You have no actual credibility.
No indication of quality.
Yeah, all you've demonstrated is that you post a lot. All you've demonstrated is that you dump money into a furnace a lot.
It reminds me of the
Thank you. The furnace is what drives this engine.
Yeah.
We're grateful for it.
Yeah.
But that number does not mean that you're smart or capable.
Call the system number go up or something. Just
the system number go up. Oh man, Floatplane's freaking out. They want large EPN. Luke, they want it. Give it to them.
Why?
Because then you can have even more developers in even more time zones.
Developers. Oh man.
Black Aura asks, Linus, in your early years, didn't you spend a lot of time helping people on forums? Yeah, for sure. But my post count wasn't what made me credible.
Yeah, even if he had a ton of posts, which I'm sure he did, that's not the thing itself that made him credible.
Well, NCIX Forum actually had a particularly toxic way of handling post count. On the side, they had 2 leaderboards for all-time post count and monthly post count.
Oh.
Yeah, so there was nothing for quality.
That's a way to...
There was no upvote system.
Generate garbage.
Yeah.
Because people will fight for that. And they'll fight for that by being nice post.
Yeah.
And that's it.
It was a very active forum.
Yeah.
I was often on the leaderboard, and without doing that, I spent a lot of time on forums.
Yeah, I told you he probably did have a lot of posts. I've always been a lurker for that kind of stuff.
Yeah. No, I was big into NCIX Forum. All right, hit us.
All right, this next one's from Mitchell. Linus and Dan, not Luke. Have you ever seen the new Sonos era speakers, and do you think they will find their way into your current ARC setup?
All right, I understand why you said not Luke now. Nice. Good looking out. I'm out of this one.
ARC setup? ARC soundbar. Sorry, I was thinking Intel ARC. Sonos
Everything's called ARC these days.
era. Are these the ones that have Bluetooth or something like that? What are these? Hold on a second. Let me just...
That's a lot of money.
Have a quick... Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm going to...
Yeah,
we were both working on it.
Beat me.
With next level audio that hits from every direction. Wow, that is quite the... Wow, Dan, that is quite the claim, don't you think? It hits from every direction.
Audio files.
Feel more connected to your audio. What even is this thing? I don't understand. What am I even looking at?
It's a circle.
Is this 2 of them? Make the whole room the sweet spot. That's not how that works. Oh my goodness, it's got a lot of drivers in it. The center tweeter fills the room with dazzling vocals.
That's how that works.
Surround sound, so
sound
real
waves.
it's surreal. I mean, probably not. I have no intention of going surround in my ARC. Hold on. I have no intention of going surround in my ARC setup. Do you also have an ARC soundbar?
I can't remember which one I stole. I think it's the LG one that I did the short circuit on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So let's just say as part of a, whatever soundbar setup. My home theater with what is it? 7.4.2 Atmos in it is literally 20 paces from where my ARC soundbar is. If I'm in it for the cinematic experience, I will go into the home theater. And my kids' friends who are hanging out in the rec room do not need that. So no. That's where I'm at. How about you, Dan? Do you have surrounds on your soundbar?
Yeah, they're all garbage. I wouldn't buy this because isn't Sonos the company that moonlights their old products and then you can't use them anymore because they're all app connected?
Okay, so they did have to sunset, I think is the word you were looking for, but it's okay. It's very late. They did have a controversy around that, but they, in my opinion, did pretty right by the community in the end.
Really?
They just have 2 separate versions of the app, S1 and S2, and the legacy products only work on S1, and they're not getting any new features or new updates or anything, but they work as they did, which is as it should be, and they went pretty reasonably into the back catalog of products and built in support in S2, and I actually am fairly happy with their approach to that.
Yeah. I don't know.
All right, next.
What else we got here? This is from Alexander. Would there be a chance to see another launch of the Noctua X LTT edition fans or future coolers where the next generation of NHD 15 comes out?
He's falling apart at the seams over
Reading
there.
comprehension.
You're doing great, Dan. I don't see why not. I could see future Noctua X LTT collabs, but we don't have anything in the works right now. I can tell you that much.
This is from Adam. Hi, Linus and Luke. What, if any, would be the certification in hardware or software you wish you would have gotten earlier in your career?
I wish I had done, oh man, what's that? Like Microsoft networking something one.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember what it's called, but I wish I'd done that. I wish I'd had a much, much better understanding of networking going into this.
Yeah. Some networking stuff would be interesting. I don't care about any of the certs in particular personally. Like, I'm not like, oh, I wish I had
A+
this cert. Oh, yeah. I was going to say, when you were talking, I was going to say, like, please don't say CompTIA A+.
We've had a video, like, in the back pocket for years. It's been an idea for me to take the
CompTIA A+?
Yeah, and, like, see if I can even pass it.
You'd destroy it for sure.
I don't know.
You just have to remember a lot of very old things. I remember, like, when I hadn't seen like IDE drive in like 5 to 8 years, I looked at some like current generation CompTIA documentation. They're talking about IDE drives. I was like, really?
In
like,
fairness, a lot of repairs are going to be for
like
older.
at that time, I was in repairs. Like,
Okay, that's fair.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't care about the individual certs. Knowing more through doing certs about, I'm going to steal your answer, but networking would have been nice. But yeah, that's about it.
Okay, this is from Dustin. Linus and Luke, if you could each make one product for the LTT store, even if it would never sell, what would it be?
Oh, the cat teaser. The like highest quality cat teaser of all time.
Give me a second.
Oh, how about a CPU chiller?
I'm computing.
Just like,
Oh, yeah, I guess any kind is pretty, what, a car? I don't know. I do really like our like high-end products. That is something that I'm into. The screwdriver in particular is pretty sweet. A case.
really?
It'd be kind of sick.
Okay.
I have pretty strong feelings about cases. Someone asked me recently about one of my computer builds, and I don't have as many photos like you do, but for an actually pretty long time at this point, I've got YouTube videos. So I looked it up because I was like, maybe there's a video on that, and there was. And in that video, I'm talking about, I'm using the case that I'm currently am, not necessarily because I'm super happy about it, but because there aren't any that I'm that into right now.
Right. So you'd want to do a Luke case.
Yeah, I am pretty into the Fractal North case. It's really cool.
So it wouldn't be the Colbar then. I mean, come on. It's the obvious joke. I had to make it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But no, yeah, there's probably a few tools that I'd be into, but I think having a case designed by our team would be like really cool.
Okay.
I'd be pretty into that.
Okay. Next up is from Cornelius. This one looks like it's about me. Yo, Dan. I'm someone who's getting into
I'm so excited. That was cute.
making, mixing, and mastering music.
What a coincidence.
What would be?
Who would have curated this merch message about you?
It wasn't me. I was outside.
I think it's me.
Single core processing speed, definitely. The way that DSP processing works is you can't really split and multiprocess cores. You can do it in some instances with VSTs and other things like that, but the final audio chain needs to be single-threaded, otherwise it can't keep the samples in lockstep. Another thing is really, really good USB driving chips if you're using outboard gear. If you've got a MADI PCI card, it doesn't matter. So single-core speed is your big thing. Don't be like me and buy a Threadripper because you think you're smart, and then 48 cores ain't good enough to make music because the CAS latency is too high. Whoops. Also, I have a thing to put up on screen right now.
Oh. I was going to say, should we end it at 11:59 just to troll them?
You have 50 seconds to make that call.
No, let's keep
No,
going.
we got to finish.
All right. Up next, this is from Trevor. Luke,
Okay,
Linus,
is this
and-
the same Trevor W that I see like everywhere? Do you place multiple orders per week, or are there just a bunch of Trevor W all lowercase users?
I don't know.
Because I'm starting to, if I start to recognize you in the merch message queue, you got a problem.
I hope Trevor W is coming to LTX, and I hope Trevor W introduces themselves as Trevor W.
I'll see you there.
20 seconds. Do we wait? What do we do? Do you want me to end the stream?
No.
Yeah, no, we're doing it. We're doing it.
10
Yeah.
seconds.
I mean, no, we're continuing to finish.
we have to
the merch
celebrate.
messages. Oh, I see. All right, sure.
We're both like, we gotta keep doing the
4,
thing.
3, 2, 1. Happy new WAN Show Day! Woo!
We did it.
Saturday WAN Show.
We posed for a thumbnail midstream.
I'm tired. Okay. Luke, Linus, and Dan, what is your go-to fast food or quick takeout for when you're too busy to eat at home? Luke might have to answer, as he would have before he was chicken and rice Luke.
Oh,
I've been chicken and rice Luke for a hot minute.
my whole life. You adopted the chicken and rice. I was born into. I can't do Bane, but you get it. Oh my once, oh my twice, oh my chicken, not
And
soup
rice.
with rice.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So what? Sorry, what was the question?
What's your go-to fast food or quick takeout?
Oh,
A&W, Chipotle, or equivalent. There's like Mucho Burrito locally that's kind of like Chipotle but cheaper.
I've been enjoying Chipotle because when you get a bowl, like the like emergency meal that we had
Yeah.
last night was Chipotle.
Yeah.
Because when you get a bowl, you can actually configure it in a pretty decently healthy way, in my opinion. So it doesn't feel too bad.
Yeah.
Because whenever you're doing, if you're succumbing to fast food,
Yeah.
it's usually like a least worst,
Yeah.
in my opinion. If you're paying attention to that at all.
No.
Yeah. In that case, whatever.
Well, okay, to be clear, if I feel like physically ill after, then that's bad. Like I won't eat at McDonald's.
I can't. Okay. Yeah. I know not everyone is this way. I get that from McDonald's.
Yeah.
I feel horrible.
Well, you know what it is it's when you haven't eaten there in a while.
Yeah.
If I eat there regularly, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like I have no problem with it. Like I used to be, that was my go-to, was like the McDouble and a junior chicken, because it was like less than $4 for 2 burgers.
Yeah.
And like you never get the fries, never buy the drink, because that's where all the margin is. You just get the 2, and you could ask. I don't know if you can do it anymore, but it used to be that you could add tomato, and it actually didn't cost any extra. Or it was like 15 cents or something like that. Like it was trivial.
Yeah.
So you could add stuff to them, and the policy was that it was considered customizing it as opposed to something that you could pay extra for because it was off menu. And so it was easier for them to manage it by just putting it on for you. So I would add tomato to the junior chicken, and then what would I add to the McDouble? I can't remember, but I would like add stuff, and they were like pretty okay. And when I was doing it regularly, it didn't bother me. But then I went like a few months without eating McDonald's, and I went back and I just like had my go-to. It wasn't because I'd made a conscious decision. I just didn't. And I went back and I had my go-to, and I was like, I cannot finish this.
Yeah.
I cannot finish either of these, let alone both of them.
I
How on
mostly
earth did I do
feel it
this?
afterwards, but
Yeah.
yeah. If I'm not caring at all, it's usually Wendy's.
Oh,
But I honestly think
yeah, okay.
our fast food up here is trash.
What? A&W is good.
No.
Those are fighting words.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the teen burger?
Have you spent time in America?
What? Well, no, American A&W is disgusting. It's a
So no,
completely
I'm not
different
referencing
restaurant.
that.
Oh.
Like when I was down in Arizona visiting my grandpa.
Oh, sure.
The place we were staying at had no way to cook, so we're eating out all the time.
Got it.
And there was a lot of work to do.
Sure.
So there wasn't a lot of time to like sit down in restaurants. So we were getting drive-through quite frequently. And we were getting a lot of In-N-Out specifically.
Okay.
Damn. And I'll see Americans clown on In-N-Out and be like, In-N-Out's trash. This other insert name is so
Wait a
much better.
second.
And it's like, yeah, okay. But
No.
compared to our stuff,
Isn't
nah, man.
In-N-Out the one we went to at CES that one year right after we landed? I think In-N-Out's the one that I don't even like.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. Oh, okay. Okay, tell you what. Okay.
I might be biased as well because when you walk by the windows in In-N-Out, they have whole potatoes and they chop them for the fries, and they
Yeah,
have
like
like
Five Guys does that
whole
too.
tomatoes and stuff. So like I think my brain is like, this is better. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just saying that could be an influence.
I'd have to try In and Out again because I think that there's one that's like known for being really amazing, and I went there and I was like, this is really not that great.
Is that the one with the animal style?
Like Five
stuff?
Guys is really good. That one
I've had
I know.
Five Guys once and it was good.
Like Vera's is good, but I don't even consider Five Guys Vera's like In
I'm
and
not
Out.
that into
In and
Vera's.
Out, if it's the place that I thought I went, like took a long time. Like it wasn't that fast.
I went through drive-through every time when I was in
Okay,
Arizona, so
right.
it was quick. What was I going to say? Yeah, maybe sometime when you're going to the States,
Yeah.
like have A&W on your
Oh no.
before you go to the
Oh
get
sure.
on the plane.
Okay, I
No,
thought you
know
meant
it's different
eat
down there.
American A&W.
Yeah, no.
That's disgusting.
Have A&W here, and then like when you land,
Sure.
go in and out. So
All
that
right.
they're like close to each other. And see
All
what you
right.
think.
Okay, more. AJ,
Always more.
you guys often joke about Colton being fired.
Yeah.
And I know that started when he got LTT 2 copyright strikes in a row.
Yeah.
Can you say what actually got those
Oh.
videos striked?
I replied to this. I didn't
Colton did.
curate this. Yeah, he striked them.
He literally pressed the button to claim like a copyright takedown against
Yeah.
our own channel.
Yeah.
That's
Nice.
when we say he copyright strike the channel. There's no extra steps. There's just
Strike.
How many OG tier subscribers are still on Floatplane? And how do you think you can incentivize them to move on to a profitable plan?
I curated this one. Come on, let's go.
How do I incentivize
Yeah.
them? We just make the plans sick. There's a lot of
Yeah.
OG subscribers still. I don't know off the top of my head, but the idea is we just have to make it worth upgrading. And one of the ways that we shot ourselves in the foot is that the video and audio quality on the OG tier is like pretty darn good. So
Especially with that new NVIDIA upscaling thing.
yeah,
Yeah, it looks great.
yeah. When you guys launched that video, I was like, darn.
Look, okay, my thing
No, it's
is
good.
whether I'm
It's good.
invested in Framework
You
or
have
whether I
to-
have a video streaming platform
Totally.
or whatever
Yeah.
it is, or whether I make my money through online ads. Okay, well, fine. I'm still going to talk about other brands of laptops. I'm still going to
Totally.
talk about the benefits of paying less money to a streaming service, and I'm
sure.
still going to talk about Pi-hole.
Yeah.
That's my
Yeah,
job.
no, like I completely support and would fight for your right, whatever, blah 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 blah. I just the like business part of my brain. The second I saw that video was like, oof.
Yeah, but
It's like-
you know what? That business part of your brain, you don't listen to it anyway.
That's probably true.
And if your business part of your brain agreed all the time with what I was doing, I don't think you'd work here.
yeah, probably not. Oh, there's no incomings. Holy, we did it.
Oh my God. This next one's from Tyler. Somebody else is making them about me tonight. Hello, Dan. What is an audio engineering tip you wish you knew during your novice phase? Also known as constantly and forever. I would probably say, I've mulled this one over for a bit now. You're not learning how to mix or make good audio. You know, from the mechanical standpoint of like, which knob do I turn? And how do I make this waveform look properly? What you're doing is developing an intuition on kind of how it's sounding now and where I can massage it into where it needs to be, right? It's more like, I tried to explain this to somebody else the other day. Audio is not like drawing, it's more like clay sculpture. You don't start with your sketch and then your outline, that sort of thing, right? You have this lump and you push it and squish it until it's done, and you never really know when it's done. And so everything you're doing is based on that intuition. And whoever's intuition is doing your mixing
Reign
or
supreme.
your audio or anything like that, it's all kind of, that's where your signature sound is, and that's kind of where your skill is just that intuition. And that's constantly evolving. And so the other thing I wish I knew is that you're a novice forever. That's it. You don't get good.
Nice. I love how it's called mastering when actually everybody's a novice.
Okay, well,
Just-
here's a 45
Where's the bell?
minute
Where's the
rant.
bell, Dan?
Here's a 45-minute rant on the history of the term master. Whatever. That's my thing.
All right.
Oh, there's another merch message.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
saw
guys like my "Sir, they've just hit the second channel" meme? I was surprised by how many upvotes it got on the subreddit. I hope it brought you some joy during the stress.
Yes.
Yeah. It was good. It was
All right.
good. The memes were good.
Let's get through them. They're coming in. They're still coming in, so we need to get through these before people can keep buying things.
Hi, Linus and Luke. I'm currently working as an advanced repair agent at Geek Squad, and I was wondering, how do you feel about the Geek Squad as a whole? Like, to call us diet IT consultants.
We've also had in our back pocket the idea of secret shopping Geek Squad, like forever. We just keep not getting around to it. I don't know, because I haven't used Geek Squad ever. So I want to try it, basically.
I wish the agents had more autonomy to be able to do more things. I departed there right when they started doing the, like, you take a client computer, you put it in the back, you plug in an Ethernet cable, and a remote team fixes it. And that disgusted me. I liked it when we could fix things ourselves. So, it needs a hard drive replacement. Ship it off so someone else can do it. It's like, I can replace a hard drive in a laptop, bro. Like, let me do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I liked the old days when Geek Squad was not a part of Best Buy. Like, it was in Best Buy, but it was its own company that operated physically within Best Buy. I liked that a lot more. Once it was purchased by Best Buy, I worked there then, and then I had to leave. I don't remember why. I went to university or something. Then I worked there again afterwards once it was part of Best Buy, and it was worse, and it was significantly getting worse as my exit happened. So, I don't know.
Okay, next up's from Eric. Hey, Linus, you're into data preservation. With libraries and Internet Archive under attack, have you given any thought to your role? Data preservation nonprofit, Internet Archive Mirror, Linus Library.
Yeah, a big part of the reason that we haven't really done as much as I would like to is just focus. I'm going to just make a little memo for myself. We just hired a community manager. And I would love for part of this individual's role, so they're going to work on the social team, but I'd love for part of this person's role to be to really engage with some of the initiatives that have kind of been left alone by us and not really driven by us, just like they're active, like the folding team on the forum, for example. It's there, but we don't really do much with it, and I'd like to see us do more. So like folding, events to fundraise for data preservation, etc. Yeah.
This one got I probably shown to screen, and that makes sense. But someone messaged in and said, "Go to bed. Luke has been streaming for half the night."
Very funny. That is very funny, actually. But I think we owe you something in return, Dan.
I missed. Wow. Another thing I fail at. There you go. I was thinking about it. Okay. Good. It's all the way over there. This one is not a question, so I'm going to skip it.
Wait, did you curate that?
No.
Who curated that? I didn't curate that.
Who curated that crap?
Oh, we need auth history on this.
You've been called out.
This is from Timothy. Hopefully this sneaks in. At Dan, rooting for your remaster of the Christmas album. Hopefully Linus doesn't notice this.
Archived.
Okay, next up's from Luca. Good evening, Linus. What do you think about YubiKeys as part of your IT security concept? Would definitely be a good video topic as well.
They're a good idea, but any security factor that is so inconvenient that people will find a way to work around it is not a good security factor. So the earlier YubiKeys that we had,
we've had YubiKeys for like 8 years.
Faded out of use because they came out around the time that laptops started going USB-C only, and iPhones didn't really support NFC. And so there was like 30% of my devices, for example, didn't work with it. And so I would have to like run to another device. Like I don't have time for that. So I switched over to Google Authenticator at that time. I would love to re-implement physical security factors. I think that they're a really excellent idea, but they're not necessarily the best for every individual in every role. So we just got to figure out, and by we I mean Luke, figure out what our plan looks like, and if this is part of it, then yeah, I'm back on board because I do think they're great.
Okay, and our last one from the night. Can we get any details on the PDF? I know a lot of security researchers would be interested in analyzing it, and the PDF viewer.
It is not a PDF. It was just called .pdf something.
I highly encourage you to check out the ThioJoe video that was referenced in the video that Linus hosted. It's very good, and he talks about the attack vector and how to identify it and the complications with identifying it. There was another question at some other point. Oh no, it was this one. Yeah, it wasn't a PDF, right? It was a .scr. It was a screensaver file, but it runs with similar permissions levels of an executable, so you can wreak havoc on computers. There's also like .com, and I'm pretty sure it was ThioJoe who mentioned this. I haven't actually watched that video in a while, but he mentions
Did you
how
read the comments though?
He commented about how based on how you word the title, you could make it so that like so-and-so company brand integration for LinusTech tips featured on youtube.com. And it's a .com file.
Right.
But it looks like you just don't have file extensions on, and they did youtube.com.
Right.
So like there's a bunch of them. And yeah, try to educate yourself if you can. Watch that video. It's good.
And that's it. We will see you again next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Bye.
Different day.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Whoa, what the heck?
So this is new. Look at him go.
Is that every merch message from the show?
No, that's just the queue.
So there's a fixed time the queue runs
Yes.
for,
Yes.
and there was so many of them in the queue that it was just like, what?
There was 102 in that short little blip there.
Hilarious. Massive shout out, Goliath Technologies, The Ridge, and Squarespace. I have to go pee again. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. I'm gonna end the stream now.